evening, and welcome to the NFL Draft.
Just one pick away, baby.
One pick, and we can take the North.
One pick away from running through the whole NFC.
Not if you run into them boys. You got more burgers than rings.
The Raiders are going to run this draft.
Hot take, Joe.
Not as hot as our next pick.
Our season's on the clock.
Our future's on the clock.
Our legacy is on the clock.
NFL Draft, Detroit Lions,
Chicago
Las
Bears,
Vegas Pittsburgh Steelers. Select.
That's the one!
That's the pick!
Woohoo! Well, I hate that I missed the end last night, but I could not keep my head upright any longer, and it felt like pick 21 was a decent place to drop out. I didn't feel like I was going to miss anything crazy, and then apparently the Eagles ended up landing the other stud defensive player from Georgia. So as if the Eagles weren't good enough already and didn't have a stingy enough defense, now they're going to be all the better.
Well, I mean, if they want to keep their new defensive players on the field, they might not want to draft them out of Georgia. They'll might be in a jail cell in a couple weeks.
Well, I hear it's pretty tough to street race up the rocky steps, so maybe that'll keep them on the straight and narrow. But, yeah, Philly just basically, I don't think they put any thought in. They were just like, we need defense. They say Georgia has the best defense. Let's just go get their guys. Like,
I mean, it's not a bad strategy whatsoever. I mean, he's like, well, who has the best? I mean, they were doing it with Alabama for years and years and years, and they're still doing it now. But now they can just point over at Georgia and be like, all right, all the next stud is going to come from there. It's like the U back in the 90s. Oh, you got a U player? All right, he's going to be a beast in the NFL.
Yeah. Oh, Penn State has a linebacker in the draft this year. Go get him, regardless what his name is or anything else. You know, a DB from LSU. Yeah, grab him. Grab him no matter what. Did he wear the number 18? Trade up to grab him. And so sometimes the draft just really isn't any more complicated than that. It's like, well, who's been the best in college over the last 3 years? Go get those guys. It's not really that. Yeah.
I mean, yes and no. I mean, yeah. Now with the way that the college football is set up, like, yeah, if you're at the top and you're in the playoffs every single year, or these top four, yeah, you want to go for those guys. But for a long time, remember, you had those. Boise State was good for every single year, but none of the Boise State players ever did shit. So, or Utah players come in and Utah players never do shit. Kind of like Florida players now. They come in and they don't do shit when they get drafted most of the time.
So that's a question I was going to ask you, Duke, because obviously, you know, it's no secret what my college team is. And I know you're a Florida fan.
Yes.
And I know that in this year's draft, there was so much talk and so much hype, and the ceiling couldn't be high enough. A ceiling doesn't exist for Anthony Richardson. And I've been critical on this show I don't buy that. And it has nothing to do with him being a Florida quarterback. And it has everything to do with only playing 13 games, none of which did I see essence of like a Lamar Jackson or Michael Vick or even Johnny Manziel that didn't do dick in the NFL, but he carried his team to victories when they probably had no business winning. And I just never saw that in Richardson. And I'm curious from a Florida fan's perspective what your take is on Richardson. And I could be dead ass wrong. Trust me, I'm the first to admit I don't have any problem being wrong.
No. And okay, so Anthony Richardson. The thing with Anthony Richardson is, yes, he didn't have a whole lot of success in college as a starting quarterback this year. I mean, the Gators have been garbage for a few years now. No thanks to Dan Mullen. And you can kind of trace this back a little bit to Dan Mullen as well. Last year, I mean, the year before, this past season, Dan Mullen's last season, AR should have been the starting quarterback. But he had never even learned how to play quarterback. So a lot of what people like around Florida and stuff are saying is that really Richardson was just learning the position for the first time in his career, because before he was just able to out-athlete everyone. When he was in high school, out-athlete everyone. In the first couple years in college, that's all he was able to do. And even this past year, he was able to make some crazy runs and everything like that. But from my perspective, the way I looked at it is nothing really against him, because I don't blame him in the end. Like, get your money. You know, if they're telling you that you're going to be a first-round draft pick if you come out after this year, there ain't no way that he's doing. There's plenty of games that I watched him that it looked like he was hesitant to run. He was hesitant to take on contact. I don't know if that's true, or if that's just my thought reading into certain things. So with Richardson doing that, I think that translated a lot into success on the field of Florida as a quarterback, because he's learning the position, and he's kind of like hedging his bets a little bit at the same time. So with his potential, there is no ceiling on his potential. The man is the most athletic person we've ever seen play quarterback, and we haven't seen him play quarterback in the NFL yet, but he will be the most athletic from height, speed, strength, freaking size, all that shit. His arm strength is crazy. His release is insane, and he's supposedly got it between the ears as well. So it's all a matter of, is he Jamarcus Russell or is he Jalen Hurts? Yeah. And that is the thing that is what I would be concerned about, because if he gets in, and also if they don't rush him in Indy, if they rush him and they put him at starter right away, I think that's going to hurt him, because his problem in Florida was making the routine throws. Like, he can make the spectacular bombs and good reads and hitting people on post routes and everything like that. But when he's throwing those screens, those little hitch routes and everything like that, he's throwing super wide, throwing in the dirt, throwing above people. So he has a lot to work out. He very much is a project. But, yeah, the sky's the limit with him, and the floor is Jamarcus Russell.
Oh, my gosh. The last thing the Colts need is another quarterback bouncing swing passes.
No. Yeah, they don't need that shit no more. No. But I wanted him to go to Indy. Like, I was hoping he would get drafted by Indy, because I think the system that he's going into, the guy who's there as the new head coach was in Philly and just did this development project with Jalen Hurts. So, like I said, it's all on AR between the ears and his effort that he's going to put forward, because he has all the tools to make it work.
Yeah. No, physically, it looks like he's a freak. It's just you tend to, at least for me, I guess, have higher, like, I need to see it if you're going to be a top 5 pick. And I don't remember another top 5 pick since I've been watching the draft and paying attention closely, over 20 years, where there's been such little, tape on somebody. And the tape that I did see, like you said, like, it was like the game against Utah. I was like, holy shit, this guy's about to pop off. And that was game 1. And then there were other times where it's like, he should have made that. Like, that throw he should have made. So I agree. I think the system in Indy is probably the best situation for him. The only thing that concerns me about the Indy situation is, will they be patient enough? After week 4, going into week 5, where Gardner Minshew wasn't able to get it done, are they gonna lose their patience and put him in? And that would be, I think, detrimental to what he could be. I think if they treat it correctly and they pace it out right, I'm very, like, I want to be wrong, because I like seeing good football. I don't want to see bad football, regardless of what I think of a player coming out of college. I hope he crushes it. I just I'm a little more hesitant to praise somebody when I just haven't. Look, going back to, like, Homerville, I was a huge critic of Stetson Bennett. And, that's my team, and that's supposed to be my guy. I wanted him out after the 2021 season. I was like, why are you sticking around? So, again, I could be as wrong as humanly possible on these kind of things. So, just a take I had. We didn't have any Florida fans on last night, so I wanted to see what it was like, kind of following it closer than probably anybody else.
I think it's just his measurables are they're almost too much to pass up, especially if you're able to be patient. And that's the biggest thing. He wasn't going to go number 1 overall because these teams need a guy that's going to step in right now to be a fucking quarterback, not a project. Like Bryce Young's only question is he going to be able to physically handle it? Because he's going to be able to sling it. He's going to be able to make those plays. He's got that instinct that just makes magic happen sometimes. He knows how to do it. And then CJ Stroud, he showed me everything he needed to. It's funny being a Gators fan because Gators quarterbacks never do shit in the NFL either. But Ohio State quarterbacks are always super hyped every single year, always a first-round draft pick, and how many of them are busts? 99.9% of them are busts.
Yeah,
so,
and the jury's still out on Fields. You know.
Hey, Tim Tebow was doing fine for himself, but they decided to run him out of the league and not let him play quarterback. He did good in Denver. He even beat the Steelers in the playoffs. Like he was not terrible, but they just hell bent that he could not be a quarterback, and so they ran him out of the league.
If Tebow played now, if he was coming out of college now, a team would give him a shot and actually let him try to develop his quarterback. But he also had such a funky delivery, long fucking wind up like softball delivery that he had, which was also like Byron Leftwich had the same thing. He like windmilled when he was throwing.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, he would probably get more of a shot and more of a chance to develop today because all the NFL is running is advanced college football schemes now anyways with the RPOs.
Yeah.
It says the pick is in for the Steelers. See who they're taking in the second round. I think the question tonight is how far does Will Levis fall?
I think he still falls a little bit more. I was saying earlier, I was looking at a couple teams that I thought he could go to, but I'm delighted to see that he fell because I thought it was ridiculous. I was seeing all these, all the experts are saying that Indy's going to draft him at number 4. He's a top 5 draft pick. He's going to go. He's too big. He's too impressive. Everything. He was dog shit at Kentucky. You guys knew it. I know it. He's like he's soft out there, the way he played. So it's like he reminded me of, oh my God, who was the kid that came out of Memphis a few years ago that went to Paxton Lynch? Remember, he went in like the beginning of the second round and late first round. He didn't do jack shit. That's what I see Levis being a Paxton Lynch because he got the big arm, got the big body, but he ain't got nothing else.
Well, the thing I said about Levis this whole offseason or leading up to the draft was like, if you put him behind a good running game, he has potential to be okay. But like if you watched any Kentucky games, if they couldn't run the ball, like if they were going up against a team that actually had a good like run stopping defense and they couldn't get the ball, they couldn't get past the line of scrimmage and it was on him to throw it, he was doomed every time. Like he just looked like absolute dog shit.
Didn't he throw for like 82 yards against Tennessee or some shit like that?
I think that's right. Still fucking around with shit. So I've been talking to Magoo and there's a guy, Sean, and he's a Redskins fan and knows that I'm a Mississippi State fan. So he was saying something about the Skins taking what's his face from
Emmanuel?
Mississippi State. Yeah. The little scrawny dude. Sean said they said on the local news that he's up to 180 pounds. I was like, that dude is not 180 pounds. He's 165 pounds soaking wet. Like he's a little scrawny dude. He's not a good cover corner. Like he'll be a good nickel and dime dude, play us in the flats, but he just doesn't have the body to run with the big number 1s and 2s. And if he gets hit by like a Najee Harris or a Saquon Barkley, like catching the ball coming out of the background or coming out of the backfield, they're going to
explode.
Yeah, they're going to steamroll him. Like it's going to be embarrassing. But
he's going to have to face. Remember, he's going to have to face AJ Brown twice a year.
Right.
They can't line him up on him. He will get destroyed.
That's what I said. Nickel or dime back. That's it. Like that's going to be his role. He's going to have to play that short game, cover slot receivers. I mean, it'll be interesting, I guess. And as a State fan, it hurt me all season to watch that secondary because I mean they couldn't cover somebody if they ran out there with a 10-foot tarp. Like they were just defenseless out there. So
yeah. So you're a Mississippi State fan, Justin?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Well, thanks for Dan Mullen.
See, he did good for us. I was kind of.
I know.
I was kind of hoping that maybe when Leach passed, they would like bring him back, but they didn't. I guess we'll see how it goes. But
Is he still doing TV stuff, or did he pick up a
Yeah.
coaching gig?
I
somewhere?
think he's in his comfort zone now.
He can wear his Jordans and hold a mic, and he's quite happy there.
He doesn't have the stomach for recruiting.
No.
well, and he is a sharp dude, and he's pretty well spoken. So he's from what I've seen of his like TV stuff, he does really well. So he kind
Trade.
We got to trade.
Will Levis. It's going to be
Yeah,
Will
that was
Levis.
quick. Obviously, if you're going to be trading for a pick, you already know who you're
Yeah.
going to take. I think that's
So
where
what are they
Will
gonna
Levis should go.
Probably. Where the fuck is they going to send Tannehill?
It might be a sit behind Tannehill for a year or two and try and be better
I
than you
thought
were.
that's what they were supposed to do with that kid from Liberty. Okay.
Yeah,
Like Willis or whatever his name is.
yeah. Which
Yeah.
I think he could still pan out. I don't think that you can make a final, judgment after 1 year, especially his first season, especially in an offense where you have no weapons except for the one running back behind him. That's not ever going to show you what you got in a quarterback.
No, definitely.
It's the whole reason why Atlanta is trying to have the deepest backfield in the NFL to kind of make up for the lack of experience in Desmond Ridder.
So you are a Falcons fan?
Yeah.
Okay. So how do you feel about them using a top 10 draft pick on a running back?
I don't like it.
No. Yeah, I wouldn't either.
I didn't like it last night, and my reaction to the pick was genuine, but knowing that, well, it is what it is. I got to find a way to learn to love it, I guess.
Yeah.
And so it's like, all right, well, he's the best running back in this class.
Mm-hmm.
His talent is being compared to Christian McCaffrey and Barry Sanders and Saquon Barkley.
I mean,
and so
he's
it's
a
like, well,
beast.
it's not that we fucked up and just got a nobody that's not going to do anything. I think he's going to do great, but that's not an area of need. And I've never been of the mindset of best player available regardless of position, because to me if you make the moves in the offseason that the Falcons did on defense, you're trying to win this year.
The Arizona Cardinals have traded the 33rd pick to the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah, no, I didn't get it because they already had a good rookie running back last year, right? We had over 1,000 yards.
Draft,
but we know
the Tennessee Titans select Will Levis.
There it is.
I mean, and what's the head coach's name down there again?
Arthur Smith.
Arthur Smith. Yeah, Arthur. I knew it had an A in it. Well, he wants to run the rock because he was the OC up there in Tennessee for fucking Derrick Henry. But yeah, I didn't get that. I mean, why not get a new receiver since you traded away Ridley? Why not get some offensive line help for Ridder or something like that? But no, running back. Like when you're saying you weren't for like the philosophy of best player available at any position, it's like that's something like the Kansas City Chiefs can fucking do.
Yep.
That's something like people picking like 28 to 32. It's like, well, unless there's like a specific need, it's like, yeah, we just need to pad our stats. We just need to pad our team here. It's like, oh shit, we don't really need another wide receiver, but the best wide receiver on the board is still better than everyone else. So might as well take him so we can be even better. But no, you don't be doing that shit with a running back in the first round. I mean,
no.
But if you're trying to develop Ridder as the future of your franchise, and you don't see Algiers as a like generational talent, and you do see that, then like it makes sense. I mean, he's going to be a weapon that's going to make your quarterback better. Is Algiers that? Is Cordell Patterson that? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I understand where you're coming from, but they've addressed a lot of their other needs in the offseason already. So if you've got an opportunity to take that guy that is a generational talent that will only make your quarterback better as you're trying to develop this quarterback that you're hoping is also going to be the future of your franchise. Like, if you don't think that the guy you've got is going Like, okay, he put up 1,000 yards. I mean, in the NFL, every team has a guy that puts up 1,000 yards unless your entire backfield was hurt most of the season. You get what I'm saying? Like, this could be. They see that as the future 1-2 punch with. Shit. Why am I drawing a blank on his name now? Anyway, with the guy that
Was it Robinson?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, he's supposed to be a complete monster, but it's like even still. I mean, you look at what Saquon Barkley did. He's like he came in and he was a top 10 pick and he killed it for a year and a half, and then ankle injury, knee injury, and then it took him to like have to pick up his 5th-year option to be like, all right, do we have anything here? Should we let him go? Should we pay him? It's like that's something that you're going to deal with a lot of running backs, and most running backs are out of the league in 4 years, 5 years, anyways. So
is Daniel Jones anywhere near as good as he is without Saquon Barkley?
Probably not, but he also would probably be better. All right, Lions in with a pick.
Yep.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Sam Laporta, tight end.
Whoa. That's the number 2 tight end to come off the board?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they did just trade Huckerson over to Minnesota this past season. Yeah. And
but as far as
really
tight
well
ends, I would have thought that the Notre Dame tight end would have probably gone next. Meyer, yeah.
Yeah.
But Iowa's doing good in this draft so far. I think this is at least the 3rd player I know of. 3rd, possibly 4th player to go in the top 34. Like, when the hell has Iowa ever done that? But real quick, just
probably
to
in like the 2000s,
just to button up the Falcons. If it was me, my ideal pick that I would have made, or that I would have wanted them to make in the 1st round, was to go pass rush or secondary. They did a lot to rebuild the defense in the offseason, but the talent gap between like a Jalen Carter or a Nolan Smith, or Tyree Wilson was already gone, but to at least get an edge guy or secondary, to me that was the biggest area of need. And I wouldn't have hated a receiver, but I think that you can get a receiver. I hope that they go out and get Jalen Hyatt from Tennessee in the 2nd round.
Yeah.
But running back, to me, I mean, and this is my final thought, probably in the 3rd or 4th round, I think that they could have gotten the running back out of Texas A&M, A-Chain or whatever his name is. Because to me, I think that he's a downhill runner. He's fast as all shit. He's powerful, and he can do what we want Bijan to do. And you could wait 3 rounds before you make that running back move. To me, I don't like it at all, but I have to learn to love it because we're definitely going to use him. It's great for Bijan. This is probably the best fit for Bijan because he's going to get used. But as a fan, I just wanted to see, I don't know.
I mean, you wanted to see Carter. You wanted to see Carter go there.
Fuck yeah, I did.
But until this bullshit, he could have been the number 1 overall pick.
Basically, Philadelphia did what Jim was wanting Atlanta.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and they probably did it because they were pissed because they wanted Bijan for themselves, which is what everyone, because that's a team that just needs a running back. It's like that. Yeah, Eagles. It's like he's here. He's the best player available. Let's take him because we have another pick later on in the draft. That would have made total sense for him to go there. But no.
And for me, it's not even the Georgia thing.
I know.
I've always said this, and I've been so critical of Atlanta for trying to go out and find the diamond in the rough. Like, I'll never forget the Rashid Hageman draft, the no-name defensive tackle out of Minnesota. And it was a year that LSU had a monster defense. It's like, just draft out of the SEC for the first 3 rounds and then go find the diamond in the rough 4 through 7.
Yeah,
like,
that's where you find them.
Don't get cute. Go with the Power 5 conferences and
it's not hard. I mean, all 3 of us were SEC fans, so we see it every week, and then we see a lot of those guys go on to have success in the NFL, and it's like, why Why does my NFL team not know where the talent is in college? It's literally in their backyard.
Yeah, I was just gonna say it's in your backyard. It's like it's from around here. Why aren't you looking at what's from around here?
So who are the Raiders trading? Who are the Raiders trading up for? They getting that Hendon Hooker pick in early?
They're mentioning Hendon Hooker right now. Either Hendon Hooker or a tight end.
Because I was thinking Hendon Hooker was going to fall a little bit more, but yeah, I think Hendon Hooker is going to be better than fucking Will Levis.
Do you trade up for a tight end?
Well, they got rid of Darren Waller. Yeah, they added OJ Howard. I don't know if I would trade up for a tight end, but it's not a deep tight end. Like it's kind of like quarterbacks. You got 4 to 5 good prospects at both tight end and quarterback. Here comes the pick.
The Indianapolis Colts have traded the 35th pick to the Las Vegas Raiders. With the 35th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Michael Mayer.
There you go. I guess you do trade up to get a tight end, Justin.
Where's Buck when we need him? What his thoughts on trading up for a tight end is.
Watch him jump in right now and be like, hey, you guys see that?
I don't know. I guess since it's Josh McDaniels offense and you got Jimmy G, so I guess you got to get him some tight ends to throw the ball to. And don't they already have another decent tight end? Isn't that why they got rid of Darren Waller?
They got OJ Howard and somebody else, and I can't remember the somebody else.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, and then they have Devontae. It's the Raiders.
This guy draws a lot of Mark Andrews comparisons, which if he ends up being like a slightly lesser version of Mark Andrews, that's a hell of a tight end.
No, agreed. But still, I don't know if you trade up in the second round for one like that.
Yeah, I wouldn't. And I guess my question is, what did they give up? Was it just a swap?
And like a third round, another pick later in the draft. It showed so maybe like a 5th round or something like that. So they fell back 3 spots and got another draft pick out of it.
And I think you might see that more in this 2nd and 3rd round because it doesn't feel anyway that the overall draft class is stacked with deep talent you're not going to be picking up starters in the 4th round of this draft, I don't think. So I think
you never know.
Yeah, no, that's true.
I mean, they always find a bunch of guys that are like, where the fuck did this guy come from? And he's always doing something. But yeah, this draft has seemed like it's one of the weaker ones recently with a depth of talent wise.
And I think that the teams say what?
Buck sent a message in our group chat. He's very pleased with this pick. He said that's his man crush. So I thought Will Levis was his man crush, though. Maybe I was wrong.
Well, all I can say is trading up in the 2nd round to pick a tight end is a very Raiders thing to do. There's a reason why the Raiders are the Raiders. Just like there's a reason why the Browns are the Browns, man. Or the Lions. Another team. Why the fuck are you drafting a running back in the top 15 when you have so many other things you need to work on?
To me, I mean, just go ahead and release DeAndre Swift because how do you expect him to want to even give it his all up there? It's like you're clearly not going to use him in scoring opportunities. You're now drafting a younger, likely better running back. Like, just go ahead and release him or trade him.
Yeah, get something for him and do it now.
But when
trade him to Miami.
Yeah, I think he would crush it down there.
Maybe they had some interest before the draft in like trade offers for him, and so they wanted to wait and see what they could do in the draft. But I mean, that seems like a risky strategy to hold on to a guy until after the draft when other teams could potentially pick up what they need in the draft, and then they don't want to make the trade. But you never know. They might have been thinking about it in a way like that they think they do have an outlet for him and could fill some other holes. And so It's hard to. That's a hard thing to roll the dice on if you're looking to fill holes.
Well,
So
staying on the topic of bad picks and getting back to the Raiders, the other tight end opposite OJ Howard is Austin Hooper. So again, why would you trade up? And Austin Hooper's great, for there's Buck. But why would you trade up to get another tight end? They must be confident in something.
OJ Howard's not a great tight end, though. I mean,
But he's going to be the second tight end. And they could get another tight end in the third or the fourth or fifth round that could have filled things in, or later in the second round.
They're just going to stack the box, no wideouts, run the ball, and throw it to tight ends. That's going to be the game plan.
This dude is rad.
Well, and McDaniels did run a lot of two tight end, or even like completely stacking the box type of sets with some of the offenses that he's run. So having extra tight ends isn't necessarily a crazy thing.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought Darnell Washington would have been a great Raider.
Perhaps. Too late to know now.
Here's Torrey
Rams,
Holt coming to give the Rams first pick.
Fuck the Rams.
With the 36th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft,
I do love
the
Torrey
Los
Holt.
Angeles Rams select Steve Avila, guard, TCU. I like it.
That's how you know that they are rebuilding. Their first pick, which doesn't come till the second round, is a guard.
A guard.
Yeah.
How long until Aaron Donald is gone?
I'll be honest. I'm surprised that he's not retired already.
I was going to say, it's spectacular that he's not gone already. So, like, literally any day now. If the draft goes poorly and they are clearly rebuilding by drafting a bunch of offensive linemen, he might just say, I'm out.
Don't they not have a first-round draft pick for, like, the next, like, several years?
They basically forfeited their entire future to win that one Super Bowl. So it's like you knew what it was going to be for the Rams for the next 4 years. But I mean, is it worth it as a franchise to just sell your soul to win a Super Bowl that 1 year and then go into the full on dumpster fire mode for the foreseeable future?
Well, the Rams give no fucks about that because they kept that team. All right. So, a little backstory. If you cannot tell, I was at one time a St. Louis Rams fan. Ever since they moved to St. Louis and until the day they left St. Louis. But it's so very clear that for years, Kroenke kept that team as shitty as possible to justify there being no fans in the stadiums, to justify fucking moving the team back to LA. And he said, fuck the fans then. And he did all that bullshit and got sued by the city of St. Louis and had to pay up all that money to the city that he made a deal with the league to do. And he's like, it's all worth it because I brought LA a Super Bowl and now it doesn't matter anymore. They can be shit forever. Kroenke probably doesn't care.
Derek Hall, linebacker, Auburn.
Okay. Not a bad pick. Not a bad pick.
Pretty good. Pretty solid.
Yeah, this is where Matt Erickson comes really in handy because anytime he's on, he's looking up like, all right, this is the trade agreement. The Rams don't have a first-round pick until this blah, blah, blah. Yeah. I don't know any of that stuff. I just know that there were 5 teams that did not have a first-round pick last night. And I didn't even know that till today. even when we were watching the first round, it didn't even dawn on me. I knew that the Dolphins didn't.
Yeah.
But I'd forgotten about the Rams. I also forgot about the Browns, the Broncos.
Broncos. Poor Broncos.
Yeah.
I knew the Broncos, Rams. I knew the Broncos, Rams, and Dolphins didn't have one. Who were the other two? Said the Browns and who else?
Yeah, the Dolphins, the Rams, the Broncos. I think the 49ers.
Yeah, 49ers are the other
and the
one.
Browns.
Yeah, because they, Well, they didn't need one.
Oh, the Falcons just traded to come up. All right. So, like I said, I want Jalen Hyatt. I wouldn't mind BJ Ojulari out of LSU. I would really like to have that pick.
And Colts just keep trading back.
Yeah, they're just stacking
picks. Yeah.
They're going to be busy tomorrow. The Colts are.
Mhm.
All right. Well, shit. Who could this be? Yeah, we went from 44 to 38.
Yeah.
And we just gave up the 4th-round pick that we got in the Julio Jones trade to the Titans. That was the pick that we just gave up.
Oh, damn. Okay.
Well, the pick is in. They made.
It's another tight end.
like
It's
we
going to
said
be
earlier.
Musgrove. It's going to be Musgrave.
If it's Darnell Washington, I'll be cool with it. I don't think they'll
No,
do
dude.
tight end because we got Kyle
No.
Pitts.
No, they're
and
gonna-
I would love
yeah.
to see. I would
Why
love to
not?
see a full season of a healthy third-year Kyle Pitts. Good Lord. I hope that we figure out how to use him. Like, AKA just throw him the fucking ball.
Yeah, because he's going to get it if you get it
Yeah.
near him. But
Yeah.
no,
I mean-
man. Get him.
Rookie year, 1,000-yard receiver. Then last year, it's like, I don't know what to do with him.
Well, who the fuck was throwing in the ball until the last 4 games of the season? I forget. Oh, Mariota. That's
Mariota.
right.
Mariota, who
Marcus
the
Mariota.
second that we made the decision to start Ritter on the road against New Orleans, very bad decision by the way. Oh yeah, in division on the road, you're gonna go get your feet wet. Mariota just stopped showing up to the team facility and just walked out on the team.
Really?
Oh, John Abraham, hell yeah.
Damn, I don't remember reading that.
Traded the
Oh, yeah.
38th pick to the Atlanta Falcons. With the 38th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons have selected Matthew Bergeron, guard, Syracuse.
I mean,
Yeah, they listed him as guard,
Okay.
guys. He was a tackle. I think there was a bunch of
Well, if they're going to be running the ball a bunch, they need that offensive line help.
There you have
So it looks like we're going offense in the draft because they feel that we did enough on the defensive side in the offseason. Okay. See, the
When,
problem is
you had mentioned Mariota leaving or just like
Yeah.
failing on the team. Didn't it give some like excuse for why that happened? Like some sort of health issue or something. Like they tried to justify it away, like he didn't just like lose his starting job and then ghost the whole team. But
yeah, he used the excuse that he was going to go seek physical rehabilitation therapy, but he had to go do it like in a different state. Like the NFL medical staff wasn't up to his standard, and so that's why he had to step away from the team.
He had to go all the way back to Hawaii.
Yeah. I think that actually is exactly what it was. I think he was like, I got to go to my guy. I know it's the middle of the season, and this happens to coincide right when you name a new starter who you drafted in the 2nd round, and I only signed a 1-year deal, and I can't even finish that out. I must leave the facility to go find my doctor. So yeah, he just bailed.
Was Ritter 2nd round? I thought he was 3rd round.
You know what? I think you're right.
But even still, I was a big fan of him coming out. I thought he probably should have gone ahead of where he did. So we'll see how he turns out.
Yeah.
all right, Panthers got their guy last night with Bryce Young. What are they doing in the 2nd round? What are
They
the Panthers
have to get a receiver. You get rid of DJ Moore. You got to
No,
give.
they're going to go tight end.
you got to give Bryce somebody to throw the ball to.
Let's
my
see who we
my
got
friends
here.
are texting in right now, and it's just I hate the Falcons.
Yeah.
I don't think a
They get-
Syracuse tackle who's going to play guard really gets their really wets their whistle.
Oh, I would say the Panthers need to go. Yeah, maybe go get Mingo or something.
I mean, picking an offensive lineman never really excites the fan base.
And
It's like
to
picking
do it.
picking a middle linebacker. Like, ooh, yay, we got a guy who's just gonna he's gonna put up a lot of tackles and maybe get an interception here and there, sack here and there, but it's like you just filled a really solid spot that you need a good guy to be in. It's not one of those positions that's gonna like you're not getting you're not getting an edge rusher who's gonna create a bunch of like highlight reel sacks. You're not getting a wide receiver that's gonna like make the Sports Center reels every week. Like you're just filling a very basic need with a really good dude, and that never is an exciting thing on a draft night.
No. I mean, I'm looking right now. So, okay, Carolina's picked 39. New Orleans is 40. Arizona's 41. Arizona might have picked them because remember Arizona picked Paris Johnson or whatever with their first round pick, and I think that was because Kyler Murray said, "I need an offensive line. Go draft me, the best offensive lineman." Maybe they did it to jump in front of them. It's just hard to think that a offensive lineman in Syracuse.
So we've had
No.
We've had teams trade up to draft tight end and offensive linemen now.
Yeah.
I mean,
Interesting.
people like the trenches, man.
I mean, I am a big proponent of you got to get your offensive and defensive lines right before you can even fuck with anything on the perimeter.
I mean, shit, that's what they taught us in Pee Wee football. You know, at least when I played Pee Wee football, it was like, where the most important position on the field? It's like, no, it's here. It's the offensive fucking line. It's not the quarterback, because if you ain't got no offensive line, it doesn't matter. Same thing on defense. You can't stop the run, and you can't run. You ain't gonna have a good time, even in today's NFL.
No. And if the most important position is quarterback, as far as a singular position, then by default, the most important position then becomes that which either protects or attacks that position.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you need guys stopping people from killing them, and you got to get people that go in there and try to kill them.
Yep.
Pretty much.
It's as simple as that. All right. Well, hopefully we trade the rest of our back of the draft picks to get up and actually address some actual areas of need. Because, I mean, I'll be honest, like our offensive line, we're not getting rid of our center. Jake Matthews is still our left tackle. And we just re-signed 2 offensive linemen to like the highest contract ever. All right. Here comes the Panthers selection.
First of all, I'd like to say thank you.
Jonathan Stewart.
David Tepper and the Carolina Panthers.
He was a good one.
Yeah, he was a beast out there in Oregon.
And with the 39th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Jonathan Mingo.
Yeah, there you go, Mingo.
Ole Miss.
Not too shabby.
No, get him someone to throw the ball to.
Yep, that was a good call, Duke.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, yeah, you're right. It's like, who?
That's a good pick too. As much as I hate like everybody who puts on an Ole Miss uniform, he is a very good pick.
Well, and they have a really good track record of putting out solid NFL wide receivers. I mean, other than Laquan Treadwell, I mean, everyone else has been like really fucking solid that has come out of Ole Miss. At least the last several years, last 10 years or so, 5-10 years.
Yeah, I mean, he's not as big as, but I think the simplest comparison, and it's likely just because he played at Ole Miss, is DK Metcalf.
Yeah, I was going to say AJ Brown, but yeah,
he's sure-handed. He's sure-handed. He can win that battle, and he can also bowl over an undersized secondary like that Washington, like the Washington Redskins pickup.
Well, I mean, that's one of the things was like he is a man of a wide receiver. Like this dude's 6'1", 6'2", 2 in the 2 team. Like he is
220 or something. Yeah, they got him at 6'2", 220. I'm like, yeah, that's fucking like AJ Brown style, freaking size guy, fucking people up.
He's a big dude.
Yeah, which is why the Falcons should have traded up to get somebody to maybe, I don't know, stop the inevitable wide receiver that they're going to be drafting for Carolina. Jesus. But I guess they think that AJ Terrell and Okudah are enough to do that. I would still like to get another cornerback, though.
All right, so you guys are NFC South fans, I'm assuming here. What kind of a shit show is the NFC South going to be next year?
Well, Justin's a Packers fan. And,
Okay, then never mind. Yeah, so I
but
just assumed he's down south.
I'm a Falcons fan because I was born into it. I've lived my entire life in Georgia. They're my team by birthright, not by choice.
Yeah.
So I gotta defend them and also argue
I don't
against
question
them.
it. I don't question it at all. But I know my question stands: how much of a shit show is the NFC South going to be next year? Do the Saints win by default?
See, and I think the Falcons win by default because I think
Really?
the Falcons are the most improved. While I don't think the Saints did anything. I don't know if you can expect a new offense with a new quarterback to gel year one. I think you can expect a defense to reach that level quicker than an offense. And we just took one of the defensive coaches and made him our DC. We took 2 players off their defense. You're implementing a new offense. You don't know if your running back is going to be there this year, depending on how the NFL decides to handle it. Jamal Williams. Yep.
Yeah.
So they have some good pieces. There's no doubt about it. But are they going to be able to click?
Yeah.
Is Derek Carr the guy to make that gel? I don't know. I think they have the talent that they could be the team out of the NFC South. I think it's between the Saints and the Falcons, and I think the Falcons are slightly ahead right now. But this next pick might change that opinion.
Well, then, Justin, now to you, how do you feel about the Jordan Love era beginning? I'm sure you talked about it last night, but yeah.
Thank you so much.
Well, hold that thought.
Marinate on it for a second.
Is that everybody that gets their name called tonight, your whole family should all celebrate
Oh,
together.
shit.
It's a special time in all these young people's lives. So let's all give them a round of applause for that. And I also want to give a shout out to my man Mike.
He sounds like he's been
who had a
hollering all
birthday,
night.
Turned 70 yesterday. You've given so much to me and to the game. With all that being said, with the 40th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Isaiah Foskey, defensive end, Notre Dame.
All right, we got an Orny shout out in the Foskey draft.
All right.
Okay.
Notre Dame players coming off the board now.
Interesting.
I'm glad they didn't go. I'm glad they didn't go Ojulari.
It's like that's what I wanted.
Yeah.
No.
So I'll address the NFC South before I talk about the Jordan Love era because I don't know if I'm ready for that yet. But so the Panthers were kind of surprisingly good towards the back end of the season. Obviously not like spectacular. They had some major holes and some major problems, but they put together an incredibly competent last half of that season.
Yeah.
And with adding some pieces and kind of maybe having a little more stability going forward than what they had last year with the coaching change and the whole Baker situation and everything else. Like coming into the season with some stability, I think the Panthers have a lot of potential to kind of be that like surprise, we're good this year team in the NFC South, or at the very least the surprise, hey, we're better than everybody else in the NFC South because it's not a real high bar to jump over.
This year, right now, yeah. Let's see. Frank Reich is down there now as a head coach. Rookie quarterback. It's all going to be a matter of. Huh? What was that?
I said Reich's a very good coach too. Like
he's pretty solid. He did pretty well up there in Indy. I just don't know what the deal is up there in Indy. They decided to pick every single garbage quarterback possible over the last 5 years to come in. And
you got Jim Irsay, who's trying to give Jerry Jones a little competition on who can be the most insane, psychotic owner in the NFL, which makes it more entertaining. There's no doubt about it. But I could not be a fan of either of those teams for that reason. Like to be a fan of just not knowing what level of insanity is going to be running the program. It's just like,
well, I say at least in Indy, Irsay has a GM and has like a staff or something. You know,
That is
Jerry is just dictator of the team, and he's the one that makes all the picks. But yes, Irsay, he's a little too focused on, I'm assuming, doing a lot of coke and trying to be a musician. He's like, I'm a billionaire football owner. I mean, what am I going to do with my time? Well, I'm going to do a lot of cocaine and play shitty guitar.
Yeah, and buy artifacts. You know, I'm going to buy $40,000 guitars that were played once by Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah. Well, he does like artifacts. He brought in Matt Ryan. He brought in Phil Rivers.
Yeah,
I'll
Phil
be back in
Rivers.
just a second. I gotta go
All right.
for a second. I'll be right back.
Right on. Yeah.
So it makes sense.
Yeah, it tracks. It really does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So now he's overcompensating. He's like, okay, well, I'm going to go with the fresh newness, and we're going to go with Anthony Richardson at quarterback. And he better play right away. If Jim Irsay comes out and says he needs to play fucking game one, then then we can agree that he's given Jerry Jones the run for his money.
We've actually been very impressed. He's only been practicing a month, and we're already naming him our starter.
He fixed all of his problems.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. But speaking of artifacts, does anybody know, or has it even been released yet or confirmed where Matt Ryan is? Is he even still in the NFL? Because if not, that's the quietest retiring ever.
Yeah, I think he maybe just faded into the background. Or is he still on the Colts? Is he like their third string quarterback, fourth string quarterback?
I think he only signed a 1-year deal.
Well,
I think
that
it was
all
only
that
like
left on the Atlanta deal. I think he had the 1 year left on the Atlanta deal, is what it was, wasn't it? Or did he
We're
get
done.
released?
The reason why we had so much cap space this year to go buy a new defense was because the Julio Jones and Matt Ryan money came off our books.
Yeah.
Part of the deal with Indy getting Matt was paying a bit. Indy paid so much money to have Matt Ryan come in and swing passes, as Justin would say. That's why I'm saying that he gives Jerry Jones a run for his money for just not knowing football.
Why are you doing this to yourself? Why are you doing this to your team? What is wrong with you? Fucking hell. All right, Arizona Cardinals. What are they going to take now? Let's see what we got left. Kevin Musgrave. Musgrave's going to have to come off the board here sooner or later.
Is out of here. We can actually start addressing our offense.
Well, I do think it's hilarious that they once again drafted a defender in the first round.
Yep.
Because they still have a garbage defense.
Yeah.
Like every single year, ever since they got killed by the 49ers that first time. A few years back, they've just gone defense, and their defense does not improve one iota.
And it's surprising because they've made some good picks on the defensive side. It just hasn't really come to fruition on the field, I think it's in a live game.
Probably just a shit system that they run. It's just the way of the Packers. All right. The Jets. So now went from one. That's probably what happened. They picked Musgrave because they knew the Jets were going to pick him. To fuck Aaron Rodgers one more time.
And if that's the case, then I respect it. I respect pettiness in sports.
Yeah. And you don't get much more pettiness than the sports. No. Fucking. And they have a decent tight end already. Conklin or whatever.
Yep.
He's pretty good. And I'm sure he'll be even better next year.
But what we were saying earlier about the Chiefs, they could go best player available or best player on the board. The Jets could do that right now. I mean, they're solid on defense. I think
offensive line, just load up the offensive line. That's all they need to do. Best player available at the offensive line.
Yeah.
Because they got receivers, they got running backs, they got a quarterback now, they got a fucking awesome defense.
Daddy loves you. With
the
43rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select.
He's a hell of a player.
Joe Tittman, center, Wisconsin.
All right.
Offensive line. Yeah.
Getting a center out of Wisconsin is never gonna fail you.
and that's not going to be
Kind of
bad,
like
but-
going defensive or offensive line from Iowa. Like Wisconsin and Iowa are interchangeable. If you go get their linemen, you're going to be pretty good.
Yeah, you're usually going to have a pretty solid. They're going to be serviceable. They're going to be in the league for a long time.
Yeah.
No, that's a solid pick right there for them. And yeah, I mean, it's really impressive to look at the Jets the last couple of years. Other than the Cougar Hunter at quarterback.
Yeah. Don't leave your moms out. Zach Wilson's in the area.
Zach Wilson's going to come around, but they had the top 2 rookies on defense and the top 2 rookies on offense this past year. And one of them blew his knee out like a third of the way through the season.
Yeah.
But he'll be back again. But he was on his way. Like Breece Hall, he was on his way to be fucking runaway.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. So, yeah, Jets are an impressive team. I hate the Jets growing up as a Dolphins fan. I was a Rams fan for a long time, but I grew up Dolphins and now back wallowing in that pit of despair that is Miami. I try to root for the Jaguars as well, but they also, are heartbreakers, much like the Dolphins.
They are the Jaguars swing wildly where they can be in the AFC Championship game out of nowhere. You're like, holy shit, they actually could go to a Super Bowl, and then they just disappear for the next 7 years, and then all of a sudden they start building back up, and then they seem to have an identity crisis in Jacksonville, and I still look at them I still look at them as an expansion team, and they've been in the league going on 30 years. Same thing with the Panthers. It's just odd, since what, 93, something like that.
Yeah, I think they both came in 93. And the Jags had some really good runs in the 90s with Mark Brunell.
Yep.
They gave Dan Marino his last loss and slaughtered him. It 62-0 or something like that in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. They always have had problems with their identity and such. But I think that's why this past hire, they did the right thing, because they brought in a head coach who has an identity, who is established, who won a Super Bowl. He is able to make the team his. They saved Trevor Lawrence's career by that decision, because they did everything in their power to fuck Trevor Lawrence over with the Urban Meyer experiment.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to see that they went out of their way to try to rectify that.
Yeah, I agree. And I enjoy watching the Jags because they are that team that's they could totally not show up a week, or they could do they could fill an entire highlight reel because they have the talent.
They had some awesome comebacks last year. It's almost like they let themselves get down in some of these games just so they can have great comebacks in the fourth quarter.
That Chargers game last year to end the season, or was that the final game of the season? It was. Either way, can't recall exactly, but
it was close.
The game against the Chargers
season,
was game of the year type shit.
Oh yeah, that was insane. That entire game was freaking crazy. And then they had the great comeback in the playoffs too, didn't they? And then they ended up almost beating Kansas City.
Yeah,
because they had a huge win the first round.
That's right.
It's escaping me at the moment, but it was against the Chargers. That's what it was. They beat the Chargers in the first round of the playoffs. Yeah. It wasn't the last game of the season, first round of the playoffs. That's all-time great comeback kind of shit.
Yeah.
And then they almost beat Kansas City, but then, of course, the Tom Brady rules now apply to Patrick Mahomes. So.
Yeah. They have chosen their new favorite team.
They have. Unfortunately, it's not Joe Burrow. It is Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see who we got going on now.
All right.
Man, Green Bay with another pick here coming up.
With the 44th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Julius Prince, defensive back, Kansas State.
All right.
Well, the combine is in Indianapolis.
I don't know about this guy.
No, he went to Kansas State. Makes sense. He's a big kid.
Yeah.
A little slow, but they can NFL can fix that a little bit. Maybe
Yeah.
move him to safety, but he's got some size. I mean, taking defenders out of the Big 12 is always a questionable thing.
Yeah. Bit of a risk.
Mm-hmm. Every so often.
I wish that they would have like best player available by position group scrolling like on the right side of the screen, so that I can at least look and be like, okay, who do I think we should get? Because at this point, I'm getting into players that I'm like, didn't know I had no idea he had existed until they just called his name out.
Well, one of the guys that looks like is still kind of that safety out of Bama, Brian Branch. He's still just kind of sitting around. Hendon Hooker's still sitting around.
And I understand that Branch is the only top prospect that was there last night that is back tonight. Everybody else.
Oh, he was in the green room?
Yeah. He's the only one that stayed for night 2.
They got a whiff of something that they didn't like about him.
Yeah.
Man, I think maybe Hooker's going here.
Yeah, Lions trading up, but it's also the Lions. They might come and get another middle linebacker out of Wyoming or some shit.
It's true.
But allegedly that Campbell guy, Jack Campbell, apparently he's a beast, but they just had him slated to go around now,
Not in the first round.
No.
Yeah. Mid-second round.
Yep.
Drop it.
So, hey, there's Matt. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Duke.
Good. How are
Matt. Matt. Duke.
Matt, nice to meet you.
Good to meet you.
Yeah.
I
enjoyed the second round so far.
I did not realize that this one started at 6:00 instead of 7:00. I'm Central Time Zone. I'm in Texas, so
gotcha.
I thought the whole day it was 8, and then luckily, thank God, Duke was like, "So it looks like it starts at 7," and I was like, "Oh shit."
Yeah, right now we're going through a huge, big old Texas spring thunderstorm. So I was making sure we had to hurry and get our truck into the garage, which meant we had to clean our garage out because there was golf ball sized hail forecasted.
Oh shit!
But no hail thus far, just a shit ton of rain, and the house was shaking from the thunder right as I was logging on here. So hopefully I don't lose power.
Yeah, we've been dealing with some of those Florida thunderstorms down here all day today myself. So yeah.
And that was yesterday for me. Today's gorgeous, and it's cool. It's I think in the upper 60s right now.
Yeah, fucking jealous. Yeah, it was sweaty and humid all day today, and then the rain came.
Same here. Yeah, it was 85 degrees and I don't know 75% humidity or something this afternoon when I went for a walk, and I was dying.
Well, Justin is driving around. I think he's picking up kids or doing something of that nature. So he'll be popping in and out.
Okay, sounds good.
And I think eventually he'll make it back home for maybe the 4th round.
Oh, I thought that was Mayor Pete for a second.
Same difference.
Some other gig.
Yeah, I can't imagine how our video got popped for trademark or copyright.
Right, yeah, from yesterday. Yeah, I go to try and check it out, and I'm like, oh, let me watch and see what they talked about yesterday, so maybe I can have something to mention. Oh, wait, no, it's DMCA. It's taken down.
But Justin said it was only in 3 different parts. And I'm like, there's no way. We were running ESPN or NFL Network footage the whole time.
Nonstop.
Yeah.
Oof. Ooh, who are the Lions wanting right here?
It's always weird to see trades made in division.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's because the Packers know that the kings of that division now are going to be the Detroit Lions. It's bound to happen. No, that'll never happen.
Trey, to answer that question, you would have to direct that to Justin. But that's probably a pretty good idea to have a Rumble channel. I don't know if Rumble would take things down if you're just straight ripping it like we are, but I guess it's worth an experiment.
Yeah, I mean Rumble's pretty decent. Been a lot more people that I know have been using it.
Yeah,
lately. Yeah,
I've been using it for months. Because most of the people that aren't allowed to exist on YouTube are the ones that I want to hear anyway. All right, here comes the Lions pick.
And here is Roger Goodell. Those boat shoes, those commissioner boat shoes we got rocking today.
And he makes like 50
bucks come up to pick, then I'll usually stop and just give myself the experience of watching it happen. But even that can be difficult because sometimes it might be 5 minutes before the pick is actually made that someone tweets it, and all it takes is the one tweet and the whole thing's been spoiled. So I gave up on that a while ago.
So I have the worst memory in the world, and I can't recall who the Seahawks picked earlier.
Oh, it wasn't super memorable pick. It was Derek Hall. He's a defensive end / outside linebacker for Auburn.
That's right. That's right.
We're starting to hit kind of the fringe of my awareness of this draft. A few years ago, I probably would have been able to give you like the height, weight, 40 time, 3 cone, and I don't know, college class or something for probably the top 120, 150 players, something like that. Now I just kind of am generally aware of the top 50-ish players, and once we get outside that, I'm not going to know anything about them.
Yeah, there's still a few players. Obviously, any player from Georgia or really the SEC, I'll probably have at least an awareness
I'm honestly
of.
surprised Osiris Torrance being a Gator fan, but I'm surprised Osiris Torrance is still on the board. I mean, he was a consensus All-American. He did not give up a sack his entire college career. I mean, it's like, well, you figure maybe with all these offensive linemen flying off, maybe he would have come in.
I'm not gonna lie. I thought the Falcons were gonna go grab him when they chose to address their offensive line, but I just didn't think that they were going to do that until like the 3rd round.
Yeah,
I know some people who had him as their number 1 offensive lineman. This is not Osiris Torrance, unfortunately. This is the pick that agonized me.
That's the one that you wanted to fall a few more spots.
Champion, the New England Patriots will play a game in Germany this year. So I wanted to
he's German, not retarded. All right. For a second, I was confused.
I was like, why do they have Sami Zayn out there giving their pick?
I mean, that would have been based. I would love to see Sami Zayn out there.
Oh, damn it. That's a good pick. Obviously, I hate.
Look how
I hate
stoked
Georgia
he
Tech.
is.
He's like, man. No, he's not happy. He's
Bill
like, I'm not wearing that hat.
He was not happy about falling this far. He's my favorite prospect in this draft.
Really?
Yeah, he's a freak, man. There's a clip of him. So yeah, 6'5", basically 285. So he's JJ Watt size.
Yeah,
and there is a clip. They might show this clip here. Let's see if they do. Of him dropping out and covering a running back on a wheel route into the end zone. And he looks like he's 60 pounds lighter than he is, the way he moves. Absolutely unreal for a dude his size.
It's completely inexplicable how he ended up at Georgia Tech.
Imagine J.J. Watt defensing a wheel route in the back corner of the end zone from the 30-yard line.
Yeah. And what they're showing that he was a tight end at one time, and when he transferred over to Georgia Tech, they made a defensive end. Well, fucking asshole Belichick is going to get the most out of this fucking player.
Oh yeah,
and he's going to make him a total monster in the goddamn NFL. It's just, you're right. The pain is about to come.
All right. After this selection, I got to go let my dog out. And then I'll be right back.
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Oh, hell yeah. London Fletcher.
Hail to the Commanders. With the 47th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft.
Should have called him the
Washington
Redskins.
Commanders select Jartavius Martin, defensive back, Illinois.
Illinois.
He's not bad.
No.
All right, I'll be right back.
All right, sounds good.
All right. So, Where are we thinking Hendon Hooker ends up now that if we're getting a little bit further down into here? Here with Tampa Bay?
Tampa Bay is a legitimate shout. I'd say Green Bay is probably a legitimate shout.
Really? Even with Jordan Love?
Yeah, I mean, I think if they're smart, they're not going to put all their eggs in the Jordan Love basket. Give him someone to compete with. Mm-hmm. And best case scenario, you wind up with two good quarterbacks.
True.
The Dolphins wouldn't totally shock me with
Seattle
Tua's question marks. Seattle wouldn't shock me at all. Chicago, yeah, probably not.
No, not
Chargers, probably not. Lions, maybe.
Giants, maybe.
Yeah, he's got to go here within the next 10 picks or so.
I would think so. Yeah. I don't know. They ran that in pretty quick there, but then again, we are in that part of the draft where it's just one after the other.
Yeah.
I don't know how he would do down there in Tampa though.
Seems like that team is probably going to be a tire fire this year.
Yes, I agree wholeheartedly. I would be surprised if Mike Evans is gone after this year, and that'd be a shame because he's been nothing short of a monster since he came into the league. But yeah, the way that they're another one of those teams like the Rams we were talking about earlier, sold their soul for a Super Bowl, and Tampa did that. They put everything into the Tom Brady basket, capped out everything, traded away everything, and now they're gonna have to rebuild, and it ain't gonna happen. I would like to see it happen with Kyle Trask, but I don't think it's gonna happen with Kyle Trask as the quarterback down there.
Yeah, little Baker Mayfield action.
No, Baker's not going to win that competition. Kyle Trask is going to be the quarterback next year. He will play. I'll put money on it that he will play a majority of the snaps next year.
All right, so this is not Hendon Hooker.
Nope.
And neither is the next pick. See, that's how it. So Steelers pick has already been leaked on Twitter.
No, of course.
This guy looks like he'd be the most fun guy in this class to get absolutely hammered in a dive bar with.
North Dakota State, absolutely.
Yeah.
He's missing his teeth too.
Yeah.
Oh hell yeah! He's definitely from North Dakota, man. Yeah, I want to hang out and know this guy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a great pick. Who did the Bucks take earlier?
Did they have a first round pick?
No, I don't think they did. I think they drafted earlier today. Let me see.
No, I don't think they did. I think that was their first. Tampa picked the guy out of Pittsburgh. Kalijah Casey.
Oh yeah. Kalijah Cansey.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
That's right.
All right, so they're working the trenches.
Yeah.
All right, so then, oh, interesting. So, according to the NFL website, the Steelers pick is in, and the Bucks are now on the clock again.
Oh shit!
So, who did they trade up with? They traded up with the Packers.
Yeah.
Interesting. I wonder. Let's see. So maybe they're coming up for Hooker now.
Maybe Darnell Washington.
Yeah.
This has been the tight end round. This has been the tight end round.
So let's see. So they picked at 48. So they would have known that the Steelers were not going to take a quarterback. So they could have known that they could take the offensive lineman at 48 and then wouldn't have to trade up at 49. They could wait until 50, which would tell me that they would know. So the Packers probably aren't looking quarterback, obviously, if they're trading out of there. but the Bucks may be expecting that either the Dolphins or the Seahawks are going to take a quarterback, so they're trying to get out ahead of them. Who else does Seahawks?
But the Bucks are trading back into the second round, so
yeah, so they've got their eye on someone. All right, so it says the Seahawks are on the clock now. Did the Seahawks trade up or the? Okay, something's messed up with the. Is the NFL
with the
website
tracker
wrong? Because I'm seeing the Packers made a pick, and the Seahawks are on the clock, which doesn't make any sense at all unless.
Hold on a second, I gotta take this call.
All right.
How many picks did I miss?
Who was the last one you saw?
The Commanders.
You missed one. That's been announced.
Mm-hmm.
We're trying to figure out what happened next. Okay, so it said for a little bit. What in the world? Tampa Bay traded to Green Bay. Did Tampa Bay already have this? I am absolutely perplexed as to what's going on here. Because it just said that Tampa Bay had.
Well, right now they're giving an update. Hold on, I'm going to let the audio play.
Chose 50th.
Okay.
That pick is already in. The Dolphins have yet to pick tonight. They made their choice. That pick is in. And the Seahawks are currently on the clock, 52nd overall.
So all these people have their picks in. That's why.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
That's what Rich Eisen was saying as they were coming back from commercial break. Like, we have a lot of picks to catch you up on. And he was just going through the list of like, all of these are in. It's literally, it's being slowed down by the physical process of making the announcements.
Yeah, well, can't we get to the point now, like they do in the later rounds, where they're just like announce it, like these people don't have to walk out and fucking doing it anymore?
It's
well, I think it's
so
still
stupid
supposed
to have it from the beginning.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. Let's see who they pick.
With the 49th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Keanu Benton, defensive tackle, Wisconsin.
Steelers are having a good draft.
Yeah, they've had some solid picks. I mean, Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah.
This kid right here. Who they have in the first round?
Was it?
Broderick Jones.
That's right.
Yep. Solid so far. Steelers are doing what they can to move on from the Ben Roethlisberger era.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to figure out what actually happened here. So it looks like interesting. So there was chatter about Keanu Benton possibly going at 32 to Pittsburgh. They took Joey Porter Jr. instead and still end up with Benton at 49.
They got.
Well, if you think of it, Joey Porter is a first round talent, and technically at pick 32, he is a first round, pick if you're just looking at numbers.
Yeah, because they only had 31 picks this first round this year.
Yeah, so that's interesting that he gets jobbed out of money because he's a lower draft slot, but he benefits because they don't have the fifth year option, so he's going to hit free agency a year earlier.
Yeah.
Jordan Love, we got some help for you.
Oh boy.
50th pick
It's tipping picks.
in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers, the best franchise, by the way, in my opinion, select Jaden Reed, wide receiver, Michigan State. We always get good receivers in the second round.
All right.
He's a littler guy.
I wish Mark was on right now to just eviscerate everything about this player. Being a Michigan fan.
Yeah, for no particular reason except for them being a Michigan fan.
Yep. I can respect it.
Okay, yeah. So the Dolphins pick was already in, and I guess here I'll wait and let myself be surprised on the Seahawks pick because I haven't seen it yet. I have to wait for like 20 minutes.
Well, with Tyreek Hill coming out saying he's going to retire in 2025, I wonder if they're going to address that this year or next year.
Next year.
Yeah, they could suddenly go from Mike McDaniel's such a G. They could they could go from last year having one of the best quarterback wide receiver tandems in the league to next year having neither of them.
Yeah.
Well, they still got a few more years. They got this coming season, the following season, and the season after that. So he's got 3 more years.
I'm saying if Tua doesn't last.
Well,
10 years ago,
yeah.
Tua
is the question.
Right.
Yeah, Tua is that damn question. Unfortunately. I said that draft they should have taken Jalen Hurts in that draft later. I didn't want them to take him in the first round. I was thinking take him in the second round, the third round.
First pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. My Miami Dolphins select Cam Smith, defensive back, South Carolina.
Solid.
Yeah. I mean, didn't they just trade for Jalen Ramsey?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And they already have another really solid corner. My brain is farting right now.
Xavier Howard.
Howard, yeah. So now they have Howard and this guy too. That's pretty solid. I mean, that's what they got to do if they want to win and keep their quarterback from having scrambled brains.
Yeah, and especially going against the Jets and the Bills, you're gonna need all of them and
help,
and coverage.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't hate that pick.
No, and with Vic Fangio coming in too to be defensive coordinator, I think Dolphins are gonna be just fine next year if Tua holds. But they have Mike White waiting in the wings.
Yeah,
LeBron said Mike White, King of New York.
I'm really surprised the Seahawks have just made all of their native picks. I really expected them to trade down at one of their picks at least. Is that KJ Wright?
Yep.
Nice.
I thought we were saying fuck 12. Are we not doing that anymore?
To the best fan base, to the loudest fan base, 12s, make some noise.
They just did, dude.
Yeah, but do it again.
With the 52nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Zach Charbonnet.
Oh, interesting. Oh, Seahawks Twitter is going to be... Oh, man. I decided to stop scrolling and just let myself watch it. Literally the next tweet up would have spoiled it for me. Seahawks Twitter is going to be
they're going to be hating this
about this one. Oh yeah.
I mean, he's a good running back, but you have 2 good running backs already.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's Pete Carroll, so.
Well, what are still position needs for Seahawks after last night?
Defensive line, center, maybe guard, defensive line. Yeah,
maybe even an edge rusher.
Well, at least it wasn't the last few years ago when you guys were making defensive linemen your offensive linemen because you had no offensive linemen.
Yeah, now the offensive line is great. This is they only had 2 running backs on the roster, period. So it kind of signaled that they were going to be drafting a running back. But
in the second round.
Yeah. He's a very, very good player. He's a very Seahawky running back. He'll be kind of a little bit of thunder and lightning with Kenneth Walker.
But did they get rid of Penny?
Seahawks offense is going to be Penny signed with the Eagles.
Oh, my bad. I don't remember seeing that. So my bad.
He signed with the Eagles on a 1 year, less than $1 million contract.
Really?
Yeah. So I guess
So
maybe
he
he
just
really
really-
wanted to go to the Eagles.
Yeah.
I mean, he got hurt last year, but the year before he was a monster up there
Yeah.
in Seattle.
I think he has the highest yards per carry in NFL history.
Damn.
Yeah.
And of course, the Eagles get him.
Yes. Yeah.
No wonder they didn't draft
he's gotten hurt like every year he's played, but
Yeah.
the like last year it was like he got tackled really brutally and it snapped his leg. Like it wasn't like he tore a hamstring or something like that. So that's why he's not getting big money because he's been hurt so much. But all of his injuries haven't necessarily been like because he's an injury prone player. They've just been kind of freak things that have happened.
Yeah, he'll probably be a beast down there in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. The Falcons picked up the 5th-year option for AJ Terrell, obviously.
Well, thank you. All right. Well, your boy Washington's still sitting there. Torrance is still sitting there. The Hook Man, that whore, is still waiting. It's probably because he's like 25 is probably the reason why Hendon Hooker is freaking falling as much as he is.
Yep.
Yeah, him and Stetson Bennett are already comparing the retirement plan for the NFL pension.
At least one of them has a chance of being an NFL quarterback of some capacity.
That's true. If Stetson gets drafted at all, it's purely just take a flyer on him and then put him on the practice squad.
Mm-hmm. And then at that point, it's like, why even draft him?
I would be curious to see what those thoughts on that are. Also, I'd like to hear what those thoughts are on the Dolphins draft because he's a Dolphins fan as well.
Nice. Well, they've only drafted one person so far, so. But they've been making decent moves. I mean, I'll even give Stephen Ross a pass for losing the first round draft pick this year because he got rid of you got McDaniel in. Let's put it that way.
Yeah,
let's be nice about it.
I'm going to switch it over to the ESPN feed because they seem to be keeping up not only their bottom scrolling Chiron, but they're also putting up best available at each position group.
Nice, yeah, I got that. I got ESPN pulled up over here on the other on my other screen.
Which, for whatever reason, the NFL Network's not doing tonight.
Because you should just already know who's best available, Magoo.
Fucking
slacker.
Oh, son of a... No.
Not what I wanted.
No, I'm going to rate you
Spectrum.
1 star. 1 star. Damn it.
All of fantasy Twitter is hating the Zach Charbonnet pick by the Seahawks as well because he and Walker are really what they're doing is they're basically it's going to be like dual bell cows.
Yeah.
But Charbonnet is a much better pass receiver than Walker. So you're probably going to get Walker's going to get first and second down and Charbonnet is going to get third down work. But really they're going to probably come pretty close to splitting reps. That might make them both viable, but like for fantasy, it's going to be a fucking nightmare.
Mm-hmm. No bueno. Yeah, but yeah, like you said, they might have a pretty decent backfield. I mean, and if Geno can, fucking Geno Smith, man, if he can keep it up, I mean, Seahawks should be pretty decent next year again.
Oh, they got Devin Hester coming out to make this announcement.
Oh, nice.
It's weird. The NFL Network's a good 20 seconds ahead.
All right, it'll be the U.
With the 53rd pick of the
Stevenson.
2023 draft, Chicago Bears select Javon Dexter Sr., Florida Gators D tackle.
Oh, really?
There you go.
That is a bit of a reach.
I guess they have all the offensive linemen that Justin Fields demanded.
I mean, Javon, he's a good player. He just never he never reached his potential really down there in UF. Like him, Brenton Cox, a few of these defenders, like they never really got to where they should have been.
Is Brenton Cox draft eligible? Like, didn't he get kicked off the team or?
I think he's eligible, even though he got kicked off the team.
Okay, I didn't know how, because I haven't heard his name brought up in any mocks or lists of anything, and I was like, shit, does he still have another year of eligibility? Is he still playing, or is he in the draft?
I thought he was coming out in the draft, but
I thought that too.
He went to the combine. Yeah, Brenton Cox Jr.
Yeah.
Because he was a red shirt. Yeah, he's just not going to be doing too well in the draft. I mean, there's a reason why he got kicked off the team.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, he was a slight
Chargers
cancer.
Like the way that this draft has been going, I wouldn't be surprised if the Chargers are like, let's go running back.
Well, they should probably go wide receiver again. Go get a Jalen Hyatt. You know, they got to make sure that Herbert has every single weapon possible. I would if I were them.
Hey! I just want to take a brief moment to thank all of you fans from every team. We are so grateful for you.
Here comes the peacemaker.
None of this would exist. We are so blessed.
Fuck
With
off.
the 54th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Chargers select Tuli Tuipulotu, linebacker.
Good job.
Nailed it.
He nailed it.
That's such a good pick.
Yeah. Any name that starts with two and has a shitload of vowels out of USC, you take him. You take him.
Yeah, no, Samoans out of USC. It's probably going to be a pretty good guess.
Go get you an Uzi out of USC and watch what they do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, don't get one out of Notre Dame though, because they'll marry their imaginary.
So he couldn't get a real girlfriend. Then I don't know if you were watching last night, but Will Levis just had a rotating, like, just harem of whores, and his mom
really
around him the whole time.
He had I saw his mom to his right, who his mom was dressed up a little too slutty for the draft of her son. So he had several girls on his left, just rotating in and out.
There was one
the brunette or whatever.
So there was the blonde with the famous picture of her waving at the camera, like, I'm just happy to be here. I can't believe this. This is so wonderful. And then there was another chick next to his mom. And then later there was a different chick in the same position where the blonde in the black dress was. And so I counted at least 3 women of probable dating age for Will Levis that were all filmed on camera with him at some point in the night.
Could one of them have been his sister?
It's possible, but that still counts at least 2 other chicks. And I think that might have been like when teams were like, yeah, we're going to pause on this.
Maybe he had maybe he has multiple sisters, so they needed to do a little investigating, make sure that
he's rotating.
How much
weird.
Man, he really loves his family. Like, yeah, let's let him
from New England, so it's not exactly playing the stereotypes right now.
Yeah, Connecticut, wild, huh?
Man, trades are going fast and furious.
Mm-hmm.
The Bears
I don't
just
even
traded up.
I don't even pay attention to the order anymore because it's going to change like immediately.
Mm-hmm. So the Bears traded from 61 up to 56 with the Jaguars. Jaguars dropped back and picked up a 5th rounder. And this was right after, I think on TV so far, they haven't given the Chiefs pick. The Chiefs traded up with the Lions.
So Lions are back at 55?
No, the Lions traded back to 63.
Yeah, they're going to close out
Oh.
the second round if they hold where they currently are.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Chiefs and Bears.
Yeah, Chiefs, Bears, Giants, Cowboys, Bills.
Bengals.
Yeah, there's
Bears.
still a decent. There's still 9 picks to go to finish out the second round.
Man, 3 second-round picks is pretty solid for the Bears. Do they have 1 or 2 first-round picks?
Well, they traded out of the number 1, which is
Yeah,
probably why
that's
they got
multiple.
a couple.
Yeah.
And
in
they
this
traded
one.
down from 9 too, because
Yeah.
the Eagles traded
Mhm.
from 10 to 9 to take Jalen
Jalen
Carter.
Carter. Yeah.
Yep.
Jeez, the Seahawks have drafted 9 running backs since 2016.
I
Zach
think something.
Brooks. It started in 2016. They drafted C.J. Prosise, Alex Collins, and Zach Brooks. 2017, they drafted Chris Carson. 2018, they drafted Rashad Penny. 2019, they drafted Travis Homer. 2020, they drafted DJ Dallas, and then Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet. So, of all of those guys, Zach Brooks, who was like a late 7th rounder, and C.J. Prosise are the only ones who didn't really do much. The rest of them all had decent careers for running backs.
I was surprised with Prosise because Prosise is pretty decent in Notre Dame.
I was excited about it. I think it was injuries. He was a
Yeah.
guy that just could never stay healthy for whatever reason.
Boomer. Well, I was definitely happy to see last year when Dameon Pierce went to. I mean, I wasn't happy to see him go to Texas or to the Texans, but he had a killer year playing for such a shit team, and I knew he was going to be a fucking steal of the draft because they never utilized him in Florida. Every time he got a chance, he killed it, but then he never got into the rotation. So it's like doesn't have miles on that body, and he's an angry fucking man when he runs the ball.
Yeah, I had him on my fantasy team for a decent portion of last year until
same
all of a sudden near the end of the year. I don't know if they stopped using him or he just fell off or he just got
They sat
tired
him.
because
They sat him. They
Oh,
sat him out like the last couple games of the season because he he got nicked up, got an injury, and they're just like, well, we're just going to shut him down the rest of the year. After when he got to about like 900 or something rushing yards with I think 3 games left, they just shut him down.
And of course, they're going to make a production out of this because it's Kansas City.
In Kansas City. Oh, man.
I've known what this pick is for like 10 minutes.
Thanks for not spoiling it, Matt. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you believe this?
Yes.
First of all, the Buddy family would like to thank the family of the National Football League.
Is that loud enough?
Represented here.
Yeah.
And also
Okay.
the Hunt family that has allowed my dad and I's dreams to come true. And now the beat goes on for the next generation. The Detroit Lions have traded the 55th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With that pick in the 2002-03 draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Rashee Rice, wide receiver, SMU.
More weapons. Look at that. What a surprise.
I mean-
quarterback, and they get him weapons.
Yeah. And I
What a
see in the
concept.
comment section, Skylar says 2 of the girls around Will were his sisters. Okay.
So he's fucking his sisters.
I mean,
Thanks, Skylar. I appreciate you. Is Skylar a woman or a man?
I don't know.
Given
Let us
given the
let us
show,
know in the chat, Skylar.
given like the content of this show, I will be
Yeah.
very confused if Skylar is a woman.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, but even
Yeah,
still,
like, are you lost?
Yeah. Why are you here?
Yeah, what are you doing in this area?
I mean, you're welcome to stay, but
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
only
we're
at
happy to
your own
have
peril.
you. We just, yeah.
Yes, Michigan Fields is trash. I agree. I just now looked at the chat since you mentioned it was a thing.
Yeah.
This is funny. This guy said, I'm not going to do the work to substantiate this, but that Charbonnet pick is one of the funniest picks of all time. Seahawks draft Kenneth Walker in the second round. Move is widely panned. Seahawks are good, and Kenneth Walker has nice highlights. Many folks pivot to not just thinking it was okay, but it was actually a good pick. Then the Seahawks draft Charbonnet in round 2. It's like Pete saw the applause meter and thought, maybe we just do that again.
Oh, you like that? We'll do it. We'll do it twice.
Run it back.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded a 56th pick to Chicago Bears. With the 56th pick,
He said Bears this time, not just Bear.
Yeah.
He's improving.
Bears select Tyreek Stevenson.
Former dog.
No. I thought they were going to take him with their last pick. So it works.
He's not bad. I don't know if he fully did anything in Miami, though. I didn't keep up with him after he left Georgia.
Yeah. The U has just been an embarrassment to watch for a long time.
Yeah.
I try my best not to watch. But I'm sure he went to the U. He's probably a pretty decent defensive back.
Mel Kiper is sucking his proverbial dick, as you would imagine. This guy's got quick twitch muscle. He's big. He's fast. He makes all the plays.
He's got
just
that
a
extra
guy.
leg muscle. It makes him super fast. Calm down, Mel. Calm down.
Mel, put your extra leg muscle away.
Yeah. All right. Now the Giants are making their pick. Who the hell is this dweeb? Once they show him.
It's a very good pick.
New York! What a time to be a Giants fan.
Is it?
Now let's get to business. We're looking for smart. We're looking for tough.
Huh?
We're looking for dependable. With the 57th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, our New York
Duke, he's wearing your
Giants
face on his
select
shirt.
I know.
John Michael Schmitz, center,
Yes.
Minnesota.
That is a solid pick. I can just say I'm a trendsetter, you know. Dayball saw the look and he's like, you know what? I'm going to take that and run with it and
Yeah.
become a meatball.
There was a lot of conversations about this guy being a first round pick.
Well, good, because Giants need all the help they can get on the offensive line.
Yeah.
And wide receiver. But, you know, we'll deal with that later.
Yeah.
I
There's
have a
still
lot of
options.
family. Yeah, I have a lot of family that are huge Giants fans, so I'm sure I'm going to start hearing this in the chat.
Well, there was talk of potentially Adam Nutter joining us this evening. Man, I know he's a Giants fan.
Isn't
Ask
he
him if
from
gets excited
Pennsylvania?
about a center.
I believe so.
I mean, he's the guy that Daniel Jones got to be touching his balls and his butt all the time. So you want, you know, you don't want the wrong guy underneath there for your franchise quarterback.
No.
Oh yeah, take a big rip of that vape, Dayball. You see that shit?
He's hitting a vape.
He like hugged the guy and then he just stuck the vape and he started ripping the vape and then they hit cut away.
How great would it be if it was weed?
It probably is.
I mean, it's New York. It's legal in New York. You can,
Yeah.
you can
Yeah.
rip it down there on the sidewalk.
In the NFL, I don't even think tests for it anymore.
I know the NBA. Is it the NBA that stopped doing it, or did the NFL stop doing it? Oh yeah, they did, because there was a Ricky Williams put out a commercial or something that was pretty funny. It was a bit. I think it was for one of the sports shows.
Yeah.
Yeah. But good. They shouldn't be testing for that shit.
Nah. It's not affecting the game.
No, Josh Gordon is like, what the fuck, man?
The NFL Draft. The five-time world champion Dallas Cowboys select Luke Schoonmaker, tight end from Michigan.
That man sounds like he's about to have a stroke.
Yeah, take it easy.
All right, where's Mark when we need his insight
on the Cowboys?
He's probably hating it because he didn't go to the Lions.
Yeah.
And not every single Michigan standout could go to the Lions, guys.
Yeah, they can. They just haven't tried.
It's just not possible.
All right, I am back. What did I miss? Sorry.
Oh,
Who
shit.
was,
Hey, Justin.
The entire second round, Justin.
Pretty much. You want a quick recap?
Yeah,
I would
give
say
me-
go back and watch this video tomorrow, but we know it's going to get pulled. So check Twitter.
Actually, so it'll get pulled, but it'll be back up eventually. I just have to. I don't know if I got the one from last night back up yet or not, but it'll be back up. If it's not back up,
using it.
There are workarounds.
Yeah.
If it's not back up already, it will be by morning.
And didn't you
then
say that there was just 3 areas in the video they had problems with?
Yeah, there were like 3, anywhere from like 1 to, let's see, that one was 1.5 minutes. That one is 2.5, and that one's exactly 3 minutes. Like they're just like short little pieces that for some reason.
Was it just me saying the N-word repeatedly? I mean, I would understand. Because to me, it's like the whole thing should get flagged.
It's only
That's
the
what I
times
thought,
where
too.
there's stuff going on, when there's music, people talking.
Yeah, I mean, and it could just be like a very specific thing that was going on in the background that gets flagged because I don't know. It doesn't make any sense, but I mean, it is what it is. We get to do it live, and then I get to repost it later. So
Yeah,
it still
it's
works.
fine. It works. Oh, the Bills. Was that their pick, or did they trade in?
Their pick is in.
Is their pick.
Oh, was their pick? Okay, my bad. I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, you're gonna. I think you'll like the pick.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Fantasy Twitter is so upset about the Seahawks drafting the running back.
Well,
they're so upset.
Did they need a running back?
Oh yeah, he missed it. That's right. Justin missed it.
I was trying to pop in and kind of keep track, but it was hard. So I was just kind of like listen for a couple minutes at a time and then dip back out. I saw that they picked a running back, but I didn't really hear any of the analysis on it.
I think it's a fine pick. He's the only running backs they had on the roster, Kenneth Walker and DJ Dallas. So they needed a running back, and they basically now have 2 RB1s, and it's kind of a thunder lightning thing. He's very similar to Chris Carson, who they had a few years ago. Very similar type of runner, really hard-nosed, kind of smasher, and he's a very good receiver. And Kenneth Walker's not much of a receiver. So
I see the Packers took a wide receiver in the 2nd round, which why would they never take wide receivers when they had Aaron Rodgers?
And I think it was a Michigan State wide receiver. So you're going to need to check in with Mark on
if he's any
How
good.
decent he
on
actually
his
is.
take on
Yeah.
it.
And they got a tight end. So they got a tight end and a wide receiver in the 2nd round. So they're doing everything to help your boy Love out.
Yeah.
I mean, why couldn't we do some of this like when we had Aaron Rodgers in his prime? I don't understand why we're
Because you had
being
Donald
a
Driver,
Packers fan.
maybe.
Being a Packers fan on draft day is so infuriating. Like it's almost worse than being a Packers fan as the trade deadline approaches, because it's like there's all of these pieces that are out there, and it's like, oh, that would fit perfectly with the Packers, and they're never going to trade for any of them ever. So
They are quite stubborn. I mean, they're not the only team, but they've had a long run at being very specific in their stubbornness. All right, Bill's pick is coming in.
And here's Fred Jackson.
What's up, everybody?
Oh, not much, man.
Everybody's coming out here talking about how you fans are. You guys have all been great, but it is Bills Mafia over everything.
Oh shit.
Hey, hey.
Oh my god, the chicken wing on his head.
Seriously, man, I was here in 2018, and I had the honor of being up here with a great Bills Mafia legend in Pancho Villa. And this is for you, man. I'm back up here again, and I just want you to know you're gone but not forgotten.
Oh shit, just popped up. Yeah, that is a hell of a fucking draft
In
pick.
the 2023 NFL Draft, the
Yep.
Buffalo Bills select Osiris Torrance.
Boom.
out of Florida.
Osiris the virus.
American, the first guard in Gators history.
Good old Cyrus the Virus. He's still around, you know that, Magoo?
Yeah.
Wow, he was the first guard in Gators history? That's impressive.
Neither of
Yeah.
the Pounceys were guards. I mean, how many Pounceys are there?
They both played. They both played center when they were drafted.
Let's
Yeah.
see.
And then they moved them to guards. Mike should have never been a center, but they moved him to center after Marquise got drafted for whatever fucking reason.
So I guess Buffalo thinks that their defense is set because they've gone tight end, now guard. Like that offense needs more. The only thing I thought that their offense actually needed was another receiver.
Yeah, they
Like
definitely
a
need a
legit number two.
I think part of the Dalton Kincaid pick may have been their answer to that because he's very much a receiving tight end. So he may be just kind of their de facto wide receiver too, as kind of a like flexed out tight end.
Oh shit, they got AJ Green making an announcement now that he's retired.
Man, it's an honor to be here.
He said, "Fuck the
60th
Cardinals."
pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Cincinnati Bengals selects G.J. Turner, corner, Michigan.
Well, Mel, if you're going to run 4.26 at the combine,
Yeah, 4.26, not too shabby.
that's the thing. He made his mark on
That's fast, brother. What are we talking about?
It's always funny when the whole family jumps up and the guy stays sitting down.
He's like, "Damn it! Of course I'm paying off all your debt." Jesus. All right.
Yeah, right.
Family's like, "My credit score is about to go over 750."
Well, not now with all the new rules. Freaking you, where they're showing that if you have a credit score under 700, you pay
Oh,
less
that's true.
of mortgage fees.
Time to rack up more debt.
Yeah. He got wheels. That's all
Yeah, I
that
mean, if
matters.
you're running 4.26,
you got the
you just pick
wheels.
them up and say, "Special teams at worst."
Yeah, exactly. But playing in that defense, he'll translate over.
Yeah.
Well, apparently, there's a lot of teams that have questions about Darnell Washington's foot.
Yeah.
He's got medical issues, and that's part of the reason why he's probably sliding.
It's fine with me.
You know your boys ain't gonna take him.
Oh yeah, no, I know we're not going to take it. I just don't want him to go. I just don't want him to go to the Bucks, or Saints, or Panthers. I just don't want to have to play against him.
Well, he's probably going to the Eagles.
Yeah, if they stay on their current, draft plan, it's like, who's left from Georgia? We're just doing that now. And I swear, as an Atlanta sports fan, I have to hate Philly. I cannot in any way, shape, or form root for anybody playing on any Philadelphia team, but they're making it difficult.
Making it really hard.
I mean, they're quite intentional. I swear to God, if they draft Keely Ringo, if Philly does that, then I think they need to be investigated.
Yeah, he's still out there.
Yeah. And they thought that he was going to be a second rounder, or at least the talk around the people I listen to who probably overvalue Georgia players was saying that he was likely to go in the second round, but if not, he would still definitely go tonight.
He's still got a chance to sneak into the second round.
But he has technique issues that I've always had a problem with. He plays stiff. He's fast as shit. He's a straight line guy. I think he would be a better safety than a corner in the NFL. And if he does slide, I'm going to take full credit for saying
for
that.
the reason why.
Yes.
For Ringo, huh?
Yep.
He's a big boy.
He's big and he's fast as shit. But he's out of position a lot. He's got stiff hips. He cannot rotate.
He's going to take development.
He should not be man to man. He's a safety.
I was going to say with his size, he would make for like an ideal strong safety type.
And I think if an NFL team has it, like the Bengals, they pretty sure they need a safety now that they don't have Bates. I could see that as a fit, but I don't know if you go cornerback safety back to back.
No, they need to do something for good old Joey Burrow there.
So they got rid of Pirine, didn't they? And then they're talking of them potentially getting rid of Mixon too, like just unloading their backfield.
I didn't hear anything about them getting rid of Mixon. I heard that maybe they were interested in bringing in either Eckler or Cooks. To do a 1-2 with Mixon. That's the only thing I read about their running back situation.
I think over the last 2 to 3 weeks, when all of the smoke gets thicker and all the bullshit gets more, saturated.
Yeah.
You hear things that are just to muddy the waters. And I had heard nothing confirmed, but I heard it more than once. So I was like, there's probably something to it. That they were shopping Mixon, or that they were open to shopping Mixon. And to me, I was like, why? The only way I could see that is if he was coming off of his rookie contract and you were just trying not to anchor yourself to a running back, which makes sense.
But he isn't on his rookie contract, is he?
I don't know. I don't remember when he came out of Oklahoma.
I figured he'd be in the league long enough by now, right?
I don't remember him getting a.
That's the only thing I could come up with. Literally, just being ignorant as all fuck on the matter. When I even heard that they were open to the idea of shopping him, I was like, "It's got to be a money thing, I guess."
Yeah, he was drafted in 2017.
So yeah, coming up on that 5th year.
So
yeah,
this should be...
I mean, all right. Here's Fred Taylor.
Kingdom Nation, y'all look good out there.
Oh man.
Hey, I can't leave out here without giving one big Duval.
Oh yeah.
Is the mascot there in a Speedo?
NFL draft.
Hot.
Jacksonville Jaguars select Brenton Strange, tight end, Penn State.
All right.
So Washington is going to just keep sliding.
He's going to be the last tight end taken, I guess.
That's just shocking because they just give Evan Ingram a deal down there in tight end. I mean, in Jacksonville. I mean,
I think he's there. They franchise tag him.
Yeah, they may have tagged him. Yeah, so
I mean, Evan Ingram was impressive down the stretch at the end of the season. So
yeah, because he was in an actual offense that utilized his skills, unlike freaking Joe Judge's New York Giants.
Right.
Yeah, who was the last Giant tight end? Shockley?
Shockey?
Or Shockey, whatever.
Yes, Jeremy Shockey.
Yeah, Jeremy Shockey was the last big time one. Not bad. Not bad.
And now the Texans are about to make their pick. Seems like it's been a while since we've heard from them.
Yeah, they made all those moves in the first round.
They traded up for this pick.
Oh yeah, Robert Woods is actually going to get to play this year.
Yeah.
How we doing? Houston Texans are making moves. The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 62nd pick to the Houston Texans.
Brian Cushing still looks like a stud.
Still on roids, obviously.
Well, good for him. Yeah, that
Center.
That suit does look like it's getting ready to rip on him.
How ironic is it that Brian Cushing announced a guy whose name is Juice?
That's so perfect. All right, so how do Matt wasn't here when we were talking about this earlier. How do you feel about teams trading up to draft a lineman or a tight end?
What do you mean?
Okay, so what we saw earlier in the round was Notre Dame traded up the Raiders traded up to draft Notre Dame's tight end, Meyer. And then, what was it? Somebody traded up to draft a lineman. Who was that?
But it was also that the Raiders already have 2 tight ends.
Well, that's true, yeah.
And so it's like to trade up to get a tight end.
Oh,
even though Buck has already made it known that it is his new man crush.
Who was it? Wasn't it did the Falcons trade up to pick? Yeah, the Falcons traded up to pick a guard.
A Syracuse guard. God, he better be good.
So here we've got the Texans trade up to draft a center. Like, how do you feel about that move as a strategy, a draft strategy, I guess?
I mean, I think that if you think the player is worth it, if he fits a need, he's one of the best players available, and you think that there's a cliff or somehow he's going to fall below, like there's a bunch of guys who will take him right after you, then just depending on the price, it doesn't bother me. It's just like any other position, really.
63rd pick.
Here come the Broncos, I think, making their first pick of this.
DeMarcus Ware, you played for them for like 2 years. Why are you?
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Marvin Mims, wide receiver, Oklahoma.
Got to let Russell cook, man.
Yep.
He should have enough weapons now.
Yeah, because they didn't get rid of any receivers, even though there was all that talk, right?
They still got Judy. They still got Sutton.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This might make it more likely that they trade one of them, but
I say so. They've still got Jerry Judy. They still got Cortland Sutton.
They still got that tight end, that stud tight end that was a walk-on, I think, at UCLA.
The one with the Samoan name, Obadua, whatever the fuck his name is.
Pelotu?
Something with an O.
I picked him up because there was only 3 tight ends that were worth the shit in fantasy, and I was rotating tight ends every 2 weeks.
Okwebenham,
yeah. I knew it had some kind of O word in there.
But it was another guy who ended up becoming their standout, and I can't remember it now. It was a white dude with big, thick, long hair.
Yeah, it's killing me that I can't remember his name.
Let's see. I don't know if there's any Bronco fans in chat.
No. The only Bronco fan I actually know is
Greg
Fat
Dulcich.
Yeah. Cole is the only person I know as well. Or I don't know him, but he's the only one I'm aware of that would claim that.
Yeah.
It was Greg Dulcich.
That's it.
Dulcich and Cabana. Good, terrible last joke. But yeah, hey, guys, thanks for inviting me on. I've had fun bullshitting about the draft and everything like that. But I got to head on out. Appreciate it. Matt, nice meeting you. Justin, good to talk to you in person for once, or online. Magoo, it's always a pleasure. Y'all take it easy.
Thanks for joining us.
See you, man.
Thank you. Bye.
Now
Just in time for round 3.
Yeah. So they're doing a military presentation between rounds.
It was funny. I've got the Peddling Fiction Happy Hour going on my phone over here too, and so Sean and I had been talking about the Redskins drafting the Mississippi State DB, and he said the Skins took another scrawny DB in the second round too.
Oh, goodness. They couldn't have just taken a commercial break and gotten on with the picks.
It's got to make a whole production of it, man. It's got to be this big, impressive thing.
Yeah, I definitely can't unmute now because they're playing God Bless the USA.
Oh yeah.
That might
So
get us
second
yanked
round is over.
immediately. All right, so the Bears are on the clock now. Their pick is in. Then there's back-to-back Philly picks. Jesus.
Interesting. This could be where Darnell Washington's fall ends.
You think
You
the
mean
think the
Chicago
Eagles
or
will
Philly?
take him?
Yeah, I mean in the Eagles.
Since the Eagles have just been taking every Georgia player available.
Uh-huh.
I don't want to do it, but they're going to make me de facto a fan, and it sickens me.
Huh.
All right,
Interesting.
so
Apparently
All right,
the
now they're taking
Patriots have been really high on Hendon Hooker.
I was just about to say, so we're hitting the third round, and this was about where I kind of thought he would land anyway. Where does he end up going?
New England has the 13th pick in this round. Atlanta has the 12th. The Saints have the 8th pick. The Raiders have the 7th pick. The Rams have the 6th pick. There's a lot of now this is their trade. What I'm seeing isn't updated for trades, so I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, it seems like he could go at any point. He's old and he's coming off of an injury, but I mean, if he was a couple years younger and wasn't coming off an injury, he would be a shoe-in like top 10 pick. So like his knee is gonna heal and probably not be an issue. And then, yeah, he's old, but quarterbacks can play a long time. So it seems weird to me that he's falling this far.
All right.
All right, here we are. With the 64th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Zach Pickens, defensive tackle,
damn.
South Carolina.
Huh. I wonder if Philly's just going to make both of the announcements at the same time and not make us wait since they're back
really
to back.
hope so.
Watch it be Darnell Washington and Keely Ringo, like I was saying before.
Yeah.
Just loading up exclusively on Georgia talent.
Let's
It's
see if
weird.
it's been spoiled in here yet.
I mean, that's obviously that's an SEC defensive tackle, but I'm not familiar with him at all. Like, I don't remember him being a playmaker. Yeah, and I'm even looking at his stats they're posting up on NFL Network, and it's yeah. I mean, maybe he can become something. So they got one offensive lineman, then 3 defensive players. Kind of thought their offense needed a little bit more.
I mean, yes, but they also had injuries on offense last year too. So, and their defense struggled. Like maybe they're taking the approach of if we can get more stops, then Justin Fields gives us enough.
Yeah, you won't be
Remember
so
they
worn
traded
out.
for DJ Moore. They got DJ Moore in the trade with the.
That's
the
true. That's
Panthers.
true. And I can't even name a single defensive Chicago Bear.
Right, because they traded Roquan Smith last year.
Yeah.
So yeah, they needed to reload on defense anyway. And what's the running back's name? Like they've got decent backs too. Like they're not. He was hurt a lot of the year. Shit.
Well, it was Montgomery, but he's now a Lion.
Yeah, they've got Dante Foreman and Khalil Herbert now.
Yeah.
God
Herbert.
damn.
So I mean, they're pretty solid
Okay.
in
So
terms
they
of
did-
like skill position players.
Yeah, so they did more work on their offense through the offseason. Makes sense.
See, they're
Okay.
taking the draft strategy that you were wanting the
Mhm.
Falcons to take.
Yeah.
I didn't realize
got-
they signed Robert Tonyan.
I didn't either.
So they've got their starting offensive starters now is DJ Moore, Chase Claypool, Darnell Mooney, Cole Kmet, Robert Tonyan, Dante Foreman, Khalil Herbert, and Justin Fields. It's not too bad. Their offensive line, I wouldn't be surprised to see them put a little bit more into their offensive line, but and then defensively, I was trying to remember some of I think their secondary is pretty good because they got Kyler Gordon, Eddie Jackson, Jaquan Brisker. Then they signed Tremaine Edmonds, the linebacker from Buffalo. They signed him as a free agent a few months ago. I think they seem like they're probably going to be decent this year.
Yeah, I mean the NFC North is kind of up for grabs this year anyway. And their offense, I mean, that sounds like a playoff caliber offense. I don't know if it's a deep run. Oh, they go 0-6 in the division. That's the thing is like if you can just stay healthy, most of the teams, there's a pretty even distribution of talent. There's only maybe a handful of teams that you're just like, yeah, no, they're not close. Like to me, that would be the Buccaneers and Panthers would be 2 of those 5 teams.
I think the Panthers are going to be pretty good. I know I'm not supposed to say that, but
if
I
they are
think the
good, I
Bucs are
think
gonna
that
be
exceeds expectations for so much new. Oh shit! The Eagles added Marcus Mariota.
Well, see,
Mm-hmm.
Matt,
I
you missed
didn't-
it earlier. We were when it was just me, Magoo, and Duke. We were talking about the NFC South, and they asked me about the NFC North and how I feel about Jordan Love, and I deferred, and instead I said that I thought that the Panthers could be like the dark horse, unexpected story of the NFC South this year because they weren't terrible down the stretch last year, and like with what they've done in the offseason, they could be the team that kind of surprises everybody.
Which team?
yeah,
are
I
you
think
talking
they've got a pretty talented young team. They're especially their defense. They've got some impact players on defense, and then I think Frank Reich's a really good head coach. So it'll really depend on how much Bryce Young hits the ground running. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Andy Dalton start the season. And I don't think he's great, but I think he's good enough that they can probably split games at least while he's there, and then Bryce Young comes in the middle of the season. I think that they strike me as being like a, I don't know, like a 10 and what is it, 7 now? How many games are there? Yeah, 10 and 7. They strike me as maybe like a 10 and 7, 9 and 8 kind of team this year.
Well, remember the NFC South, I think, had all 4 teams tied for the division with, I think, 2 games left. And 3 out of the 4, I think, ended with 7 and 10 records. And so it's a total coin flip.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
I
here
bet you
come the
Ryan
Eagles.
Tannehill
folks.
winds up in Atlanta.
God, I hope that you take that back, Matt.
That sounds exciting.
What a great week to be an Eagle, guys. Well, with the 65th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Tyler Steen, guard, Alabama.
Oh, okay. They're breaking character.
Man, they really mixed it up and went with another SEC powerhouse team instead of the.
And then here's the next pick.
The Philadelphia Eagles select Sidney Brown, DB, Illinois.
Yeah, get that S in there. Now that first pick is a transfer from Vanderbilt that went to Alabama, so he's not a blue chip Alabama guy. I got to find a way to denigrate him a little bit.
Mark, you gonna talk? Or
No,
you just here for the night?
Illinois did have a really stout secondary this year, or this past year.
What do you
What was
think
that?
of the Packers' second round pick in wide receiver?
I heard you
receiver
mention
out
it
of-
was a Michigan State guy. I'm not real keen on Michigan State's wide receiving core. Was it a bigger guy?
I don't remember.
What was his name?
These are coming so fast, and there are a lot of people that I'm not familiar with. So I think it was some guy with the last name Reed.
Yeah, Jaden Reed.
I mean, Michigan State didn't have much of a passing game this past year. That might not be his fault. I mean, that's O-line and quarterback too. But I did see that the Lions or the Cowboys are trying to do the Philadelphia thing, but with Michigan players, and they're not. I mean, I wasn't impressed with their Mozzie Smith pick. Shoemaker's a pretty good tight end. He'll be serviceable.
Mhm.
And then I like DJ Turner, who Cincinnati just drafted at corner.
Yeah.
He's a super good cover corner. Not the best tackler, but the guy that was on here before was right in that he plays in kind of a pro defensive system, so he'll translate well to Cincy's D. And he shut down, or he won his matchup against Jahan Dotson 2 years ago and against Olave 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So he's used to playing good receivers. That oddly enough, they didn't have him on Harrison this past year. They actually had a freshman on him.
Broncos are making another pick. You know they're not going wide receiver. That's a good thing.
826. With the 67th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Drew Sanders, linebacker.
That's a good one.
Mel, you've been waiting for.
That's a good one. He looks undersized, but he's a fucking playmaker. He's going to be a special teams beast, I think, for Denver.
6'4", 235. Doesn't sound undersized.
Well, if you're looking at him as far as like a linebacker, he doesn't look like he's carrying that much weight.
Does Denver still run at 3-4? Or did they switch to the 4-3?
It's been pretty
Who did Sean?
It's
Payton
not really
bring in?
clear one way or the other. It just kind of depends from down to down. Most teams are coming out of the Fangio tree. They're kind of a bit of both. They're not clearly 4-3 or 3-4. They have a lot of in-between players.
It's like a high percentage of nickel. Basically, every team plays now, right? Because
Yeah.
how spread out it is.
Mm-hmm. So it really more depends on the responsibilities of the down linemen, like whether they're one gapping or two gapping, and then they'll mix it too, where some guys are one gapping, some guys are two gapping, and it's gotten pretty. It's same thing on offense, where you're getting like almost getting this positionless thing on offense, where you're getting like the wide receiver and tight end thing is getting blurred, and then the running back and wide receiver thing is getting blurred with guys like Deebo Samuel. That's part of the value of Bijan Robinson, by the way, is that he kind of blurs that a little bit. But the defense is kind of doing the same thing, where you're getting as you get more freakish offensive guys or freakish athletic guys. You can kind of get, if you get like a 6'5", 240 something pound guy and he's freakishly athletic, then he can be kind of a safety and a linebacker and a pass rusher and a cornerback all in one.
That's why I guess that's kind of what I was getting into with the.
I'll be right back.
That's kind of what I was getting into with him, was like 6'4", 235. Like that's a good size for like a a nickel or a like 3-4 inside linebacker, like can cover. He can cover the flat. He can cover in the middle. He can also pick up the run. Like that's a good spot for a guy like that. And I know Denver used to run that when they had Doomerville and all those guys. Like they ran a really stout 3-4, and this guy would be an ideal like inside backer, nickel linebacker for that system.
Mm-hmm. I thought he was probably going to go in the early second, so I'm surprised to see him fall this far. All right, let's see what Twitter is saying about things now.
Has Tho jumped in from partying at all tonight or no?
Haven't seen him, but I was also driving for a decent part of it and missed a lot of it.
Apparently Darnell Washington has a knee injury that teams are concerned about.
I did. So
Again.
I was out to eat with my parents, and they had the draft on the TV, and I happened to look up as the Raiders were drafting Buck's boy, and I was like, "Oh, that's the guy Buck was talking about all night last night."
This Lions pick here will be this is an interesting one, Mark.
Interesting in a good or a bad way, or just, interesting.
I don't know. I'm curious to see what you think. I think it's a good pick, but opinions will probably be mixed. I can't get over how funny it is that Brian Cushing announced the pick of a guy named Juice.
I think that was intentional.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, Cushing's making this next pick. They're like, oh fuck, is there anybody that like we can just really make this a memorable pick?
Yeah.
They didn't even take the best player for them. They just picked the guy whose name was Juice.
Yeah.
It's like, we'll cut him later. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Am I crazy if I think the Lions are my team to win the North next year, this coming year?
No,
I don't think it's crazy.
I mean, it's not going to be the Bears, and it's not going to be the Packers. So, oh hell, I can't unmute it. Damn you, Jim.
He did this on purpose.
Hendon Hooker, quarterback, Tennessee.
Oh shit!
Wow.
Just
Okay.
in time.
Timing.
Yeah.
I really like that.
this. I like this pick.
Mm-hmm.
Tell us why you like it, Mark. Before I tell us why.
I'm not sold on the year that Jared Goff had last year, though I think he did buy himself more years as a starter by the year that he had. And I think he could still put up similar numbers, but they do need to get somebody who waits in the wings. And I like the weapons that the Lions already have, so getting a guy who knows how to spread the ball around based on this offense he played in, I think it's a pretty high upside pick.
I'm gonna just say real quick, it's my favorite pick of the night so far.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's the best fit.
Of course, the first highlight the show is his injury.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean that's the reason that he went this low is because of that injury. Like otherwise, he probably was a first rounder.
Which is kind of crazy to me because like a knee injury like that for a quarterback is hardly catastrophic. I mean, like he's gonna heal and he's gonna get back to being himself again. So then it's very weird to me that teams let a quarterback who's as talented as he is fall this far just because he had a knee injury.
I think aside from like the teams that really needed a quarterback in the first round, aside from Indy, none of them were really in a position that like they needed starter today, which is why Levis fell because he's not really that guy. And so like, I think this is a perfect spot for him. You get to let Goff do whatever Goff does and hope that he's, last year's Goff, not that last year in LA golf. But you get to let Goff play and let Hooker heal and kind of learn from the sidelines, and then you can bring him in, a couple years from now.
The only thing that surprises me more about how far he fell with the talent that he has is that, if I remember correctly, all of the Tennessee wide receivers that are eligible, however many that may be, are still waiting to be picked. I thought for sure they'd be gone by now. Especially Jalen Hyatt.
I'm a big fan of Jalen Hyatt.
Yeah.
I want him in Atlanta badly to offset the Calvin Ridley departure.
So I'm seeing that Hooker is less than 3 years younger than Goff is.
Yeah.
So this is kind of the only thing that gives me pause, I guess. There's not
The
a
flip
huge,
side of that
huge
is
discrepancy.
that he probably has, because quarterbacks can play effectively for a long time. He
Yeah.
probably has he'll be able to take control of a huddle a lot quicker, and his teammates he'll command respect easier than most rookies.
Oh, this is the 69th pick. Nice.
With the 69th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Nathaniel Dell, wide receiver out
Ooh,
of
Tank
Houston.
Dell.
Solid name. He doesn't have to go far.
Who is this cap they just rolled out to make the pick? They've been rolling out like former players, and then
It just said
YouTuber.
content creator. Look, guys, that could have been us.
Okay.
Call Goodell and tell him we're going to make tomorrow. I'm making a Packers pick. Mark's making
Yeah.
a Lions pick. Magoo's making a. We'll just do it.
And I'm
from
not
right here.
checking in with the front office. I'm just going to go make it for him. Like, get out of the way, goobers. You guys don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Quit screwing this up for us. Oh, I don't know if you saw this. Goon was he liked the Hendon Hooker pick.
Yeah, I think any
Goon's a
Lions fan
Lions fan.
should be happy with that. Uh-oh. Get Buck on the horn. Here come the Raiders.
Interesting. Hendon Hooker's dad played for North Carolina A&T, as did Lions GM Brad Holmes.
Mm-hmm.
Hello,
Howdy.
National Football League fans.
Yep.
Hello,
All right.
arch enemy, Kansas City Chiefs.
You motherfuckers.
Congratulations.
They should bring the cheerleaders
on
out
your Super
every
Bowl
pick.
Victory.
I agree.
You know, in the National Football League, they have a saying called
All
next
right.
man up.
This isn't
Next
a
man up.
conference for you
So
to
I'm
give us a
here
sermon, buddy. Just give us a pick.
Made me feel good about myself
It
and
has
give
been-
an NFL pick.
It has been
I like it.
interesting to watch the old players try to make these announcements and
Just a
not be
monologue.
able to read very well. CTE
Man.
is really getting to them.
Man, this place is lit. Isn't that right, kids?
To remember what's coming up in the next week or so.
Okay,
Weird
good.
you can't hear the crowd at all either.
Willie Brown took great pride in encouraging all National Football League fans.
The poor cheerleaders, look at them. They're like, why is this guy still talking? We just want him to make the pick so we can throw our pom-poms
Make
up
the
in the air.
pick.
With the 70th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Byron Young, defensive tackle, Alabama.
That's a good pick.
Not bad.
Buck's got to be pretty happy with the draft so far.
A lot of man crushes.
He's a big boy.
Yeah.
Is it Georgia and Bama who have had the most selections thus far?
Iowa
Probably.
has
There's been a lot of Iowa.
Iowa has surprisingly made themselves known this.
You know, Iowa started the year. What was it like? Their defense 3 games into the season, their defense was outscoring their offense. So I'm assuming all of the Iowa draft picks have been on defense.
No, one of them was a tight end.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Here come the damn Saints. They still let them draft players.
Let's see. Iowa tight end.
Obviously, the edge rusher Lucas Van Ness.
Oh, that's right.
Jack Campbell.
The 71st pick.
And Jack
in
Campbell,
the
yeah.
2023 NFL Draft. The New Orleans Saints select Kendrick Miller, running back, TCU.
All right. Well, adios, Kamara.
Huh.
This guy gives me nightmares too. We're about to see a highlight I don't want to see.
I mean, you got Jamal Williams and this guy. I think that they know something.
All of his highlights are going to be from that Michigan game. None of them will be from the
He
national.
had like 2 long runs in that game. Like everything else was stuffed, and then like 140 yards on 2 runs.
Yeah, I don't remember any plays being made.
I remember every single one, Magoo. Not against Georgia, obviously.
They
But they haven't shown any from Michigan yet, so
carved into your cerebellum.
Unfortunately.
Yeah, Mark and I have very different takes on this guy.
Hey, they didn't show it.
No. Thank you.
Mark's like, this guy's a beast.
Well, it's because I don't know if he did anything in the Michigan game.
He had 2 long, like I say, he was stuffed on everything except for 2 long ones. So I didn't actually come away impressed by him. I was a little more pissed off at the defense than anything.
Yeah.
Tackling.
And I think he gave up a costly fumble. It was either him or a receiver. I can't recall. It was so long ago. At the beginning of the Natty.
Well, I don't know if it was that costly. It wouldn't have made much of a difference, but
I don't know, dude. It could have been 55 to 14.
55-14.
65-7.
It looks better, a little bit better than 65-7.
Yeah. All right. I've been playing fetch with you since we started. It's been 2 hours and 40 minutes. Are you not tired? Jesus.
Wasn't there's a Byron Young from Tennessee too, or they spell it differently? Or am I getting the names mixed up?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure there was
a couple of them.
I think there was just a pick trade. The Giants are you got the Cardinals and then now the Giants. I forgot. I don't know who was just there, but I just saw it get wiped, and then the Giants dropped in. Damn, the Cardinals was 31st ranked in scoring defense last year, and they lost 7 of their final 7 games.
There is a DN named Byron Young who plays for Tennessee or played for Tennessee.
Did Kingsbury come back from Thailand yet?
Yeah, he's the USC Trojans quarterbacks coach, from NFL head coach to position group coach for college.
Did him and Riley coach in the same staff somewhere?
I don't know. It's possible.
It seems like their paths must have crossed at some point.
Yeah, they probably attended all the same coaching conferences when they were both Big 12 coaches.
I was gonna say why not OC, but Lincoln Riley's the OC, so I don't think he's.
Why does this look so
give
bad?
up play calling duties? What is what? Wait, what? Oh, Guardians?
Guardians of the Galaxy looks so bad.
I never made it through the first one.
I've never seen any
I
of
liked
them.
the first 2.
I'm not much of a Marvel guy myself.
Yeah, I made it to Endgame, and that was it.
I tried to bulldoze my way through the Marvel universe because I was thinking back. I was like, shit, what was the last Marvel movie I actually watched when it was new? And I think it was Iron Man, the first one. So like the very beginning of the Marvel launch. And so I was like, all right, I think I got to Thor 2. And then I was just like, I fucking can't anymore. I don't think it was ever intended to be tried to go from start to finish all in a weekend.
Let me just say, Thor 2, the title screen on the DVD is like the most epic makeout music ever. Like you watch the movie and the movie ends, and then it goes back to the title screen, and you're just like making out with that playing. It is.
People are gonna get pregnant.
just throwing it out there. Nobody,
That's
and if you weren't aware, you should try it out.
I was not.
Just buy the DVD for no more reason than to put it on the title screen.
Hey,
Let's
babe,
see what
you want
happens.
a Thor main menu screen and chill?
Hell yeah. Just watch the magic.
My takeaway from this is that Justin's such a boomer that he owns a DVD player.
Oh shit!
2023 NFL Draft. The Arizona Cardinals select Garrett Williams, defensive back, Syracuse.
Okie dokie.
That was one of those trades. So
That was Williams? I thought he said Garrett Wims.
Garrett Williams. I know nothing.
Jerry Walder. All right.
You know, going back to in-game Marvel, I was on a show with Justin one time where he kept just repeating the phrase, well, Thanos was right, and as if it was like a foregone conclusion. And I finally had to stop him. I was like, can you clarify what you mean by Thanos was right? Do you remember this, Justin?
Yeah, wiping out half of existence is the correct move, man.
I just wanted to hear you say it. Like,
when you sit
kept
there and you
saying it,
listen to him explain because he's not just murdering half of all existence. Like he's removing them, and he views this as the solution to a problem that existence has. And when you listen to the explanation for why he wants to wipe out half of existence, like it's pretty sound logic, actually. Like he's onto something.
Justin's got Bill Gates on speed dial.
In the 2023 NFL Draft.
Oh fuck!
New York Giants select
This is a great pick.
Hyatt, wide receiver.
Makes all the sense in the world. Just really didn't. Surprised it took that freaking long. And of course, Atlanta is 2 picks later. What, you didn't want to trade up for this one? But you'll trade up for a Syracuse fucking offensive line. God.
This is the one receiver I know on the Giants roster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll actually know someone now.
Oh, I didn't realize he was real small.
Now,
he's bigger for this class too.
Yeah,
there's a lot of guys who are sub 5'10" in this class.
All of these wide receivers are little dudes.
now will
like,
Daniel Jones be able to throw it where he can catch it in stride?
Does Daniel Jones throw?
He's a runner now, so they're gonna have to completely re-engineer the the throwing game.
I think the Giants are on my
Soft
list
hands.
of teams who will not repeat the success of last year.
Yeah.
I just don't see it happening.
No. I mean, sure, the Commanders are going to be absolute shit. The Cowboys, in my opinion, seem to be taking either a neutral. They're not getting better. They're either getting worse or staying the same.
So Philly just wins that division going away.
Yeah, they'd win by default.
Which they're still like the best team in the league, or top 3. So we got the Browns.
They have added Deontay Banks, cornerback, John Michael Schmitz, the center out of Minnesota, and now Jalen Hyatt.
You guys be quiet. I have to acknowledge dog.
Shut up, everybody. Oh, God. We got an old man barking. You would think that would be something as a Georgia fan that wouldn't strike me as odd, but
Third draft, 2023 draft. The Cleveland Browns select Cedric Tillman, wide receiver.
back to back right there. There they go. They're gone. Oh, cool. Atlanta's picking next. Fuck.
Yeah, you got no right to not like this barking, because Justin and I dealt with a whole bunch of barking when we went down to Mississippi State.
Oh man!
Yeah, but he didn't bark well. Like he did the It ain't that. It's
You said old man barking, and I just thought of that GIF of the old guy that's like.
Isn't that right, dude?
Well, Jim, you were wanting some DB help earlier. Do y'all take Ringo here?
I mean, well, the only receivers I wanted are now miraculously taken back to back right before our fucking pick. So yeah, let's go defense. Our pick is in, so whoever we picked, it was something that we were expecting. Let's see who's still out there.
That's why I said Keely Ringo is.
Yeah, but like I said with Ringo, like he's a safety hiding in a cornerback position. Obviously, I wouldn't hate a Ringo pick for obvious reasons. At the same time, I wouldn't hate a Darnell Washington pick, even though the Falcons already have Kyle Pitts. But I say just stop fucking around with Pitts as a tight end and just put him as a wideout.
Pitts is real disappointing.
A friend
He
of
won
mine
his rookie
tweeted,
year.
A friend of mine tweeted, watching a Packers fan who wanted Hyatt and Tillman have an absolute meltdown after they just went back to back. Hashtag blessed.
I mean, just think of the receivers that were taken before those two receivers. Like, there were some very questionable picks made. Not so much
It's
last
weird
night,
that
but
Josh
tonight.
Downs is still available.
Oh, they're trying to make a. Oh, hey, don't worry, guys. There's still been good players picked at 75 overall. Russell Wilson was the 75th overall pick in 2012. Yeah.
NFL.com's top remaining three or best three players still out there are Josh Downs, Keely Ringo, and Darnell Washington.
All right, so any one of those three I'll be cool with. Obviously, with a slight lean
A.T.
to
Perry would be a decent the wide receiver out of Wake Forest. He'd be a pretty good, if you're looking for wide receiver help, he'd be a pretty good one.
Well, we've had a losing record in each of the last, I think, 5 years, based on what I think they just had on the screen. So either DB or receiver. I swear to God, anything else, and they're just fucking with me. Because it's too late to go edge rusher at this point. I think all of the worthy ones are gone. But yeah, Tyler Algier, he was second among rookie running backs last year. Obviously, that's probably second to Breece Hall. So if we go offense, it better be a receiver. If we go defense, it needs to be secondary.
Siaki Ika is still out there. Oh, they still got. I have no idea how to. Adet.
Is this the Northwestern guy?
Yeah, Adetomiwa
yeah.
Debawore.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Adetomiwa Debawore. Yeah, there you go. Adetomiwa Debawore. Yeah, this is the guy. This is the guy who's 6'2", 282, and he ran a 4.49.
Damn.
He's still.
Sounds like you just left the dentist and you're trying to ask for water.
All right.
They found the one Falcons fan in the crowd on.
You got one too many stabbies in the arm. You know what I mean?
With the 75th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select from the Ohio State University.
Don't put the "the" there. It's stupid.
All right, so we did go edge.
Let's make this tonight's class.
Zach Harrison. He's a good player.
That pick hadn't been spoiled for me at all. I don't know if it's just that. I don't know how that one kept how they kept
I-
that one under wraps, but I didn't know what it was before it went up.
I think this guy was considered a first rounder a few years ago. He didn't have quite a.
So I'm like I said last night. I'm still hearing everything that the ESPN guys are saying. He was the #1 rated player in the state of Ohio. I don't know if he's from Ohio and that was him coming out of high school. I don't know anything about him. Obviously, I'm not a Ohio State fan, nor do I watch their shit. I
He
don't
was
know
top
what they're
5
showing
overall
him.
recruit and top defensive end prospect nationally, as well as a finalist for the All-American Bowl Man of the Year as a senior at Olentangy Orange. And the Lance Zierlein projection on him was that he's a round 5 pick. Big and long with the ability to neutralize base blocks as a 4-3 base end, but his gradual movement and lack of playmaking urgency limited his overall production. He has the physical tools to create occasional advantages early in the rush, but needs to get better at capitalizing on them. His size and length will always be appealing, but a more fiery demeanor on the field might be needed to raise his status beyond rotational end.
Linebacker, Sacramento State.
Marty My Poo. All right.
I've never heard of this guy. This is the first guy today that first guy in the
Sacramento
draft I've never heard of.
State.
Interesting.
Here comes the Patriots with their
this
diamond
was
in
the
the rough.
This is the Patriots pick, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
This is the
non-brainer.
quintessential Patriots pick.
At least we know Bill is still alive.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, look at this field. This is a high school game.
He's taking him in the 3rd round.
I've never even heard of Sacramento State.
This guy's gonna be freaking all pro in a couple of years.
Yeah, he's
I thought
gonna break
Sacramento
every
State
record.
was one of the like made up schools that you see on like movies and stuff.
Yeah, like on Key and Peele. Sacramento
Now,
State.
see, those first 2 picks aren't very Patriot-like, but now we got the Patriots.
I think that they are required to give up Keon White for taking some guy from a fake college.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Byron Young.
There he is. We were just speaking of him. See, I think I would have probably rather had him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mainly,
the only thing that may comfort you, Magoo, is the Ohio State defensive staff is basically incompetent, which thank God for that. But they don't do a whole lot of. They're not very good at developing their players there in Columbus on the defensive side.
Oh, that's true. And allegedly, the new D coordinator that we have that we robbed from the Saints is a pass rush specialist. And Calais Campbell coming on hopefully will bolster his development, but we shall see. And obviously, I'm just more familiar with Tennessee than I am Ohio State, so I could be quite ignorant on what whatever his fucking name is from Ohio State's going to end up being.
Daniel Jeremiah tweeted, Marty Mapu is my favorite player in this entire draft. The Patriots are getting an absolute playmaker. The first non-combine invitee.
My amazing wife, Genesis Butler, and I love the Packer fans. Yeah, because they're one of the owners. That's the owners group.
Here comes your long snapper, Justin.
Best GM.
Long awaited.
Jordan Love, we got some more help for you.
Oh, shit.
With the 78th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Tucker
Carlson.
Why would they draft Jordan Love? And what are they trying to do with that? We'll find out. But I'll tell you right now, it's up to no good. All right, you got a jackrabbit.
They are just absolutely just like at Rodgers. This is the Packers are just like their second tight end. They've drafted a wide receiver.
Yeah. They're like,
Alright,
oh yeah,
this
we
is,
also we just found out this year that we're eligible to draft pass catchers before we thought it was against the rules.
Oh, we don't have to take every like okay cornerback and inside linebacker that's on the board like all through the first 4 rounds. Wow, we can take offensive players.
Is it South Dakota State or North Dakota State that always wins the Division II championship?
North Dakota.
Okay.
Well, fuck.
This guy's from the wrong Dakota.
Now that you asked that, I second guess myself. It's the Bison.
I think it
the
is.
green
I think
and
it is
yellow.
North Dakota State because they wear green, and this guy's stats.
Shit, I had the audio playing the whole time. My bad.
All right.
Man, these are coming
With the
in
79th
quick.
pick in the 2023 NFL Draft.
That's a big man.
The Indianapolis
That is.
Colts select Josh Downs. wide
Good.
receiver, North Carolina. Welcome to the Horseshoe.
Colts are doing some shit.
The Colts are absolutely fucking up this draft, and in a good way.
Yeah.
God damn.
So, who else have they picked?
Anthony.
Well, they started off
Oh,
with
they got it.
Richardson
Okay.
last night.
Which Matt is pro and you're anti.
I'm more skeptical. I understand the possibility that he could be great.
Yeah.
But there's so little. I mean, fuck, he only played 13 games. Like, I'd rather err on the side of caution.
I agree with the take that if him and Bryce Young both boom, Richardson's boom is going to be a lot bigger than Bryce Young's.
I mean, I just think no matter what, it's a gamble. And typically gambles, like, most of them don't pan out in the NFL. But when they do, they are really fucking fun to watch.
Yeah.
This Colts offense is going to be, man.
Especially if
Anthony
their
Richardson.
freaking running back can get back to his,
Yeah, Jonathan
2022 or 2021 form.
Tell you what, Magoo will never draft Jonathan Taylor in a fantasy draft ever again.
No, I will gladly watch somebody else destroy me with Jonathan Taylor than me ever fucking draft him again.
You know,
First overall pick in multiple leagues, and he just sat there with a thumb up his ass.
When Stephon Diggs was with the Vikings, I took him like 3 years in a row. And every year, inevitably, he would just be like shit. He would have a really good game, and then he'd have 3 terrible ones. So by the time I'm like, all right, well, fuck this guy. I'm not starting him this week. Then he would have an amazing game, and then he'd have 2 more terrible ones. Like, it was just up and down. So I was like, I'll never draft Stephon Diggs again. And then he goes to Buffalo, and he's like consistently good week in and week out. And I don't give a shit. I will not draft that motherfucker ever again.
You burned me.
Doesn't matter. I'm
You
done
burned
with
me,
it.
Diggs.
Huh. I just learned something about Josh Downs. His uncle was Dre Bly.
Oh, Dre Bly. Old Lions
That's a deep
cornerback.
cut.
He went to Philadelphia too, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Panthers are trading up.
What, dude?
Came up 13 spots, traded with the Steelers. So the Titans are on the clock now. Then Bucks, Seahawks, Dolphins, Chargers, Ravens, Vikings, Jags, Rams, Cowboys, Bills, Bengals, Steelers, Cardinals, Chiefs, Cardinals, Commanders, Browns, 49ers, Raiders, 49ers, 49ers.
Who is the running back that the Seahawks took earlier?
Zach Charbonnet.
Oh, okay.
From UCLA.
Yeah.
Yeah, he and Kenneth Walker are going to be a thunder lightning type of combo.
I like Charbonnet.
Mm-hmm. All of fantasy Twitter was freaking out about the Seahawks drafting a running back in the second round after drafting a running back in the second round. And Seahawks Twitter a few years ago would have been freaking out about it, but now Seahawks Twitter is kind of numb to just, the Seahawks are going to make picks like that. And fantasy Twitter is just going bonkers, just freaking out about it.
There was a... Oh, we got another draft.
Traded the 80th
Oh,
pick
trade.
to the Carolina Panthers. With the 80th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select DJ Johnson, linebacker, Oregon.
And now that's a
Okay.
How many of the fans standing there actually have any fucking clue who these people are? They're just like,
None.
yeah, we drafted.
I
went
paid
to
too
the
much
NFL
money
draft.
for this.
Nobody there had any clue.
It's just the never-ending applause sign.
Especially the ones that show up tomorrow. I think for rounds 4 through 7.
Yeah. Most of the people there are probably pretty drunk. I don't remember most of the first half of the first round of the year I was there.
Yeah, you told us that story, I believe.
Yeah.
Something about acid and a hot dog. And...
Wait a second.
Or was this not?
No, that was a different time.
Okay.
No, the first half of the NFL draft there was when I drank just a very unhealthy amount of vodka while we were standing in line outside waiting. And I have pictures later to prove to me that, what's his name? Adam Rank and Michael Irvin and Steve Mariucci and Roger Goodell and someone else, I can't remember, came walking by and were like taking pictures with people and stuff. So I have a selfie with all of them. And then
He doesn't remember it.
I don't remember most. I kind of flashes, and then I had pictures of it to remind me of it. But then just before the draft started, I ran into, this is when it was still in New York, Radio City Music Hall. So I ran downstairs to go to the bathroom, and while I was standing at the urinal, someone came up next to me, and I was like, that's a large person. And I finished and walked over to wash my hands, and then he finished and he came over next to me, and I sort of glanced over at him, and it was Mike Evans. He was all decked out in like kind of like a reddish purple suit, and he washed his hands and he stood up and he looked at himself in the mirror, and he kind of grabbed his jacket and sort of lifted his jacket up on him and went, and then turned around and walked out.
You finished.
I was like,
Fuck.
damn, that is a big motherfucker. He is just alarmingly huge. He is a huge, huge human.
I could see that. That was cool.
That was the Jadeveon Clowney class. So where we were sitting, all of the players, as soon as they went up on stage and stuff, they all came around and walked up the aisle right past us and went and sat.
His signing bonus, obviously.
So they all came up and walked right past us. We got to see each of the players as they came by. And Jadeveon Clowney was another one of those guys that was just, he was one of those guys that if he was walking down the street, you're like, yeah, that man could pull my arms off.
Yeah. And then beat you with them.
Yeah.
Draft is in Detroit next year. We're going to bring clock management to Detroit.
Sports morning talk show on TV. Good morning, football.
I thought this guy was a Patriot.
It's his brother.
Congratulations.
Sorry, they all look alike.
I think they were on. I think they were both on the Patriots for a little bit.
I remember being at Arrowhead Stadium in 2018 when we won the AFC Championship game.
Yeah, so he was
and
there.
we went to the Super Bowl, and Patrick Mahomes was one trophy short.
Shut the fuck up and make the pick.
I'm sorry, but now it's all about the Tennessee Titans, and we are the real team where the Houston Oilers started. You see me rocking it. Tennessee, the home of the best barbecue in the nation.
Buck needs to come on.
Those are fighting words in
Man.
Kansas City.
This is how they get shot.
Yeah.
I understand it so much better now.
That's some Atlanta culture right there.
Cool, boy. On God, son.
Everything makes sense now.
I've never seen it from this side. I understand better.
Jesus Christ, he's still going?
Yeah, just give us the pick.
Since I was a senior in high school. But now, for the 81st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Tajay Spears, running back from Tulane.
All right. I mean, I actually like Tulane this year. They definitely played way out in front of their skis. And yeah, that Cotton Bowl game was fucking awesome. Probably one of my favorite games of the entire college football season when they beat USC.
Fun. Yeah.
But I'm glad. Well, I don't really give a fuck at this point because obviously Atlanta's not going to take another running back. I wouldn't imagine. But why is everyone sleeping on A-Chain from A&M? I'm telling you, that kid is going to be amazing in the NFL.
Yeah, you can't hold Jimbo Fisher against the poor guy.
No. I'm telling you, whatever team still has a need at running back or at least just an opening, and if they get him, he will be a solid contributor for at least 3 years to that team. I want to be on the record now. I just hope he doesn't go to the Saints or Bucks or Panthers.
Tulane's jerseys are like the uniforms are like the default uniform of an expansion team like you created in the old Madden game.
They're the forever created team.
Yeah. I kind of like it.
Fire those cannons. Okay. Okay, with the 87th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Yaya Diaby, linebacker, Louisville.
Louisville.
Talking gibberish.
He said Louisville. How do you feel about that, Justin?
That's the proper way to say it.
Louisville?
Is that actually the
Louisville.
proper way?
I know I say Louisville, and people think that's crazy. So
Louisville, just south of Illinois.
It's also acceptable to just say Louisville. Louisville.
Yeah. Louisville.
Louisville.
Yeah.
Louisville.
So if you're going to
Louisville.
actually fully pronounce it, then the proper way to pronounce it is Louisville.
Yes.
That's how natives will say Louisville.
No, it's Louisville to
Louisville?
everybody.
Yeah.
It's just Louisville to everybody
Louisville.
who's from there.
Huh.
Louisville.
But it's not like the proper pronunciation is Louisville.
Is what?
Louisville.
It's Louisville.
Yeah. So is Louisville? Is that an abbreviation, or is that like slurring Louisville, or is it slurring Louisville?
I missed this. Cody Mauch looks like somebody from North Dakota. I mean, look at that dude. Wow.
The Seahawks traded with the Broncos.
Yeah.
I can't believe
Another
the Broncos did business with the Seahawks again.
Yeah, last time didn't work out.
Unmute this. Let's see what kind of conversation they're having about it.
They're going to commercial.
Gay.
Highlight the Jay Forte's question about Dag. Or you got to ask Dag this, because I want to know. Has Dag ever partied with the Tampa Bay Macho Man? I need stories.
Who is the Tampa Bay Macho Man?
In the crowd, he's the guy dressed up as Macho Man, but in Tampa Bay Buccaneers gear.
It's like that Buckeye guy.
Yeah. The Nut Man.
Yeah. I doubt Dag is watching this, so I don't know if we'll get an answer from him anytime soon.
It's going to be really funny if the Broncos traded for the Seahawks pick here to make this pick, and it's going to be really funny if this pick winds up completely busting. Whoever it is, I don't know who it is yet. It'd be really funny.
Say never again. NFL low 16.9 points per game. Yeah, it was rough for the poor Broncos.
The Broncos traded a 2024 third-round pick to the Seahawks in return for moving up from 108 to 83. So the Seahawks dropped back 25 spots and picked up a 2024 third.
Uh-oh.
What do we got, Oling?
No. The shit totally froze on my end.
Not here.
I see it. Fine.
And I'm pretty sure my dog's retarded.
Roll the outro.
I've never been to a Dave and Buster's. Have any of you?
I just been to one once to go mini golfing.
Yes, Dave
Oh,
and
yeah.
Buster's is awesome. I love it.
Yeah. I used to go back in the 90s when
Is
I was a
it-
teenager, and it was fucking awesome.
Is it basically Kirk's Cruisers?
What the fuck is that?
Okay, well, maybe Kirk's Cruisers is the northern version. Arcade,
No,
golf, laser
yeah,
tag, food.
arcade, bar, all that shit.
Yeah. Go-karts.
No go-karts
No
at
go-karts.
the Dave and Buster's around me. All right, here come the Broncos.
The 83rd pick to the Denver Broncos. With the 83rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Riley Moss, defensive back, Iowa.
Iowa is fucking having the best
that-
draft of their school's history.
That 7-5 Iowa team was just loaded.
And surprisingly enough, all white guys. Who would have thunk it?
Well, you've heard of Kirk Ferentz's issues there, right? Where they wanted to get him fired for racial
No.
insensitivity or whatever.
No, but
Really?
I mean, yes, I have, but just for the people watching who might not be aware, what are those?
Well, I guess it was strength and conditioning coach. I think he was actually let go. I don't know if Ferentz was probably persuaded to let him go, but apparently he used different words to to motivate players. I don't know. It probably was not that bad at all for us, anyways. But after they fired him, Urban tried to bring him on his initial staff in Jacksonville, and that was how Urban got off to a real bad start almost immediately.
That was such an epic tire fire.
It really was.
We don't have anyone here to unmute it, huh?
I guess not.
Oh, there's A-Chain.
There it
That's
is.
a fun pick.
Yeah.
That's a really fun pick.
What's
Justin,
Miami's
can you
draft
unmute it?
been like?
Can you unmute it, Justin?
I don't think Justin's even.
Jim has control of that video. I can't unmute it. Even
okay.
I can just kick Jim out, and then it's not there at all. But that doesn't help us any.
Yeah.
Yeah, this could be a good pick for Miami.
They re-signed Mostert and Jeff Wilson, I think.
McDonald does tend to forget that there is a running game from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
Is this guy a receiving running back as well?
I don't remember. Let me see what the So Lance Zierlein says, compares him to Leon Washington. Finding a player comparison for A-Chain is challenging because he has blazing speed and is fearless as an inside runner, but is very small by NFL standards. He has the creativity and burst to create dunk plays, but durability concerns will likely limit the amount of carries the team's willing to give him.
The Los Angeles Chargers select Deion Henley, linebacker, Washington State. Another one with good speed, man.
Cougar.
You missed your A-Chain pick. Magoo.
Oh yeah, who got him?
Miami.
Dolphins.
That fits. They got a fast offense, and it definitely did not slow down with him.
He's 5'8.5", 188.
A-Chain?
And he's got 29-inch arms, 8.5-inch hands. So he's just small in general.
Mm-hmm. He's compact.
He's got muscle hamster tendencies.
What was his combine numbers? Mainly 40.
4.32 40.
Ooh.
With a 1.51 10-yard split, so he's quick.
Yeah.
Only a 33-inch vertical. But
he's a little thumper. He will lower his shoulder and run through people, especially once he gets to the secondary.
Chargers have had a pretty good draft too. It doesn't feel like there's anyone who's really just absolutely stinking it up. What's up, Buckathy?
What up?
In to check on your man
There he
crushes.
I'm so happy.
It's been a good couple days for you.
I'll be honest. I don't know really anybody, maybe outside of the Packers, that would be upset with how this draft is going for any team. There's been a lot of smart, like decent, that makes sense, good player kind of pickups.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't feel like
Lions
there's
fans
anyone
are
who's just
probably-
absolutely kicking it.
Yeah, Lions fans are probably more excited by their later picks than the first round. But
Yeah, I mean, unless you're
I
a
saw
Patriots
someone
fan.
that said, let's see, how can I find? I want to see the Lions. Can you filter by teams? Yeah.
And those should be happy with the running back pickup they just got, as well as Duke, who was
Yeah.
on earlier.
So
Buck, how was Six Flags?
It was good till it started. A massive storm rolled through. Other than that, it was fun. Yeah, it was fun. I went with my work people.
Nice.
Yeah, we got hammered by that too here right as it was started. Right as I was hopping on here, that storm was passing over us.
You're probably not too far from Six Flags Fiesta, Texas.
Um,
About 30 minutes or something.
I think it's Six Flags.
It hailed a little
Pretty
bit.
sure.
Jay Forte,
Yeah,
who's your
so
team?
We used to live about 2 miles from it. Now we're probably 30, 35 minutes.
Okay.
He's a Dolphins fan.
Okay.
Is this considered the Six Flags in San Antonio? Or
Yes.
around San Antonio? I think
Yeah.
I've actually been to that one.
I was talking to Julie last night. I didn't know Six Flags. I mean, guess I should have known because I think Magic Mountains in California, Six Flags, was out of Texas. Outside of Texas is what I meant.
Mhm.
But it is because it's Six Flags was the Six Flags that ruled over Texas through various.
I was going to ask how many
Oh.
Six Flags theme parks there are in Texas.
I did notice too the Six Flags actual flags that were out there as you enter the gates. They've taken them away, and it's just American and Texan, American Texan, American Texan.
Oh, nice.
That's super gay.
I'm
Yeah.
surprised it's not Ukraine Texan, Ukraine or
Yeah,
Ukraine American, Ukraine
When I
American.
was young, it used to actually be the battle flag as the
Yeah.
representing the Confederacy, and then it went to like the proper stars and bars that kind of looks a little like the Texas flag. And now they just get rid of all of it. And it's funny because France was one, Mexico was one, and those are gone too.
Damn. All right.
Washington and Ringo are still on the board.
I still like all of these guys that are on Mel's best available. I'd be happy with any of them.
Go ahead and try your hand at the Northwestern guy again. Oh, there it went.
I need Waba.
Baltimore, what's going on?
I haven't heard this guy's name in a while.
Yeah, where the hell has he been?
He was a speedster, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was a bad man.
Eric DeCosta has been cooking this week, and it's on. With the 86th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Trenton Simpson, linebacker, Clemson.
There he is, Mel, your three-down linebacker. Yeah, Eric DeCosta, GM, is cooking up some really good crab cakes right now. I'll tell you what, you talk about Trenton Simpson with Zay Flowers, getting Lamar locked in.
That's right. I'm Mel Kiper. I think this guy is a real animal. He's going to be blasting out of holes everywhere.
That's good.
No, this is a good pick. Clemson, even though Clemson's record was absolute dog shit compared to
defense was
expectations,
good.
or their performance was dog shit compared to expectations, their defense was always solid.
Yeah.
Their
Dabo was worthless without a quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, the new Oklahoma head coach, I forget his name now, but the perennial DC for Clemson was a fucking legit recruiter. And so the talent isn't the problem with Clemson. It's utilizing it.
So it's funny with Detroit. So they're four. Oh, fuck off, you stupid page. So their first four picks, or you could say now their first five picks, it went Jahmyr Gibbs, Jack Campbell, Sam Laporta, Brian Branch, Hendon Hooker. And people were like, oh, they took Jahmyr Gibbs or Jack Campbell too high. But if you flipped that around and you said they went Brian Branch, Hendon Hooker, Jack Campbell, Jahmyr Gibbs, Sam Laporta, then everyone would be like, oh, wow, what an amazing draft.
Fucking geniuses. Absolute just brainiacs. All right, 49ers. Is this the Niners' first pick?
Yep.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Minnesota Vikings have traded the 87th pick to the San Francisco 49ers. And with our first selection,
jeez,
in the
This guy should not have done cocaine right before he came out. Look at that nose.
the 87th pick,
You got some from Mel
San
Kiper.
Francisco 49ers select Jair Brown, DB, Penn State. Audrey Grace.
Quick, get Mark Claire on the horn. What does he think about this guy?
Jair Brown had a hand in 16 takeaways.
Where did their corner go? End up going? It's a highly rated one. Why can't
Joey Porter Jr. went to the
Joey Porter
Steelers,
Jr.
following in his daddy's footsteps.
Nice.
And that was the first pick of the second round, which was pick 32. Technically, would have been the round to close, or the pick to close out the first round. Damn. I apologize for all the background noises you might be hearing of my dog going absolutely ape shit.
That's the only time I really heard it. I thought maybe you just collapsed everything.
He just falls
He was
backwards.
under the table.
Oh, TMI.
All right,
Jim, put the peanut butter away.
I was just going to say that.
Hey, man, choosy moms choose Jif or some shit. But
I think it's
Let
pronounced
go.
GIF.
Yeah, I have a good
Oh,
meme for
sorry.
that. It's terrible.
But anyway, I threw the rope, and he had his head halfway under the table, and he thought he was clear.
Rope at first.
I was talking about throwing ropes.
I've got more experience with pushing them.
Happens. Remember last night how worried I was that the Chiefs were going to get the tight end?
Yeah.
I stood up.
Is this still relate, or is this completely? It's just we're
No.
back on football.
It's
Okay. I don't know. With tight ends and-
As I brought up the tight end to my non-football caring about one of my coworkers, we had previously been making a gay joke, and he goes, "Are we still on the same joking thing, or we actually?" No.
So you're saying is that Mark's not original?
In the 2023
Get a new
NFL
gimmick,
Draft,
Mark. Jesus.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Tank Bigsby.
Oh, that's a good one.
Auburn.
I forgot he was in this draft class.
We don't need this.
He was just secretly hiding out. Dude, him and ETN, it's going to be
They
a
found
good
like
backfield.
they found like the three black Jaguars fans.
Quick, hold up this Duval sign and don't look stereotypical.
It's like when Trump throws the 3 black guys at his rally right behind.
Oh, look at my African American over there.
Look at my favorite African American. Go home to mommy.
Because you know that your daddy's nowhere to be found. What?
Hugh Freeze is at Auburn now, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's exciting.
Dialing them up, those escorts.
Those hoes?
Yeah, them hoes. I'm surprised at how little discussion has been had around Bigsby. He's legit.
Mhm.
Now, he was maybe overused in Auburn, and so maybe there's not as much mileage left on him. But I think you'll get 3 solid years out of him, especially if you're splitting duty with ETN. Either way, Jacksonville just got better. Both Jacksonville and Miami wildly approve of their running back picks this round.
Holy shit. So Danny Kelly from The Ringer, he has the best pro A-Chain argument. Quote, I don't say this lightly because I know everyone compares any given fast guy to Tyreek Hill, but A-Chain comes the closest I've seen over the last 5 years to moving with the twitchy turbocharged acceleration and explosive speed of Tyreek Hill. For what it's worth, Hill's wind legal personal best in the 100-meter is 10.19 seconds. A-Chain's is 10.14.
That's
It's important
terrifying.
to note, though, that A-Chain's not just another shrimpy, straight-line track dude moonlighting in football. He's a compact, tough runner with the wiggle and juice to make defenders miss in small spaces. I know he's 188 pounds and probably a fantasy pipe dream, but he also might just be a special football player. If he lands with a team that lets him cook, the results could be magnificent.
Yep.
And
wow,
Mike McDaniel knows how to get wide receivers out in the open field, or running backs out in the open field, especially when you've got defenses having to account for Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
I'm telling you,
speed and space.
I think that pick that they made with A-Chain immediately addresses the Tyreek Hill retires in 2025 statement. I think that he will easily slide into that replacement. And I even thought, but I was like, nah, I'm not going to say it because that would be ridiculous. But I was like, yeah, he's roughly the same size as Tyreek Hill. I would love to see him in a foot race.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure it's going to happen.
And now
It has
If Hill loses, we won't see it.
the question is, can Tua
true.
stay healthy enough to get them the ball enough times?
Yeah, well,
We saw Skylar
Mike
Thompson.
doesn't want to address that issue. They're gonna
Skylar
keep
Thompson
rolling
was
him out
what, 19 for 48 in that playoff game, and somehow they were still in the game. But
Here's
I
a
don't
deep
know.
cut name for you. PFF Draft Guide's player comp for Tank Bigsby, TJ Yeldon,
Oh, I remember that name.
former Jaguars player.
Okay.
I think that's kind of
Was Yeldon never a Raider?
Not that I remember.
yeah, Yeldon didn't last long, did he?
I think he was a Bill. He's still only 29. Yeah, Jaguars for 4 years and then Bills for 2 years.
Huh.
He wound up with more receiving touchdowns than rushing touchdowns in his NFL career.
I can see Keely Ringo going to the Rams.
I was
Saying it
thinking-
now.
I could see McVay also getting a little cute with Darnell Washington, like interchanging him between tight end and O line.
That seems like a very much a McVay move.
Our sound guy is a little behind us.
They're on rope.
Tackle, Wake Forest.
Or this
Wow.
The Rams going with the big.
Never heard of this guy.
I could have
figured-
remained muted. It was a nothing announcement.
Kobe.
Yeah, Wake Forest. I'm not surprised when offensive players are drafted, but
The only thing I remember
They had
from
much of a
Wake
defense.
Forest is that they should have beat Clemson and they didn't, so I stopped paying attention to them.
And they have that quarterback who's pretty good. Good college player, anyways.
Lance Zierlein rated this guy. He projected him rounds 5 to 6. He said Turner will be an interesting litmus test for how much teams value tape and production versus traits and athleticism. He's extremely powerful with the ability to jolt opponents with heavy hands, and he's infrequently beaten and sustained by single blockers. He lacks ideal mass and length, has trouble holding his ground against double teams, and might find it tougher to disengage from NFL blockers due to his lack of length. However, motor determination, toughness, and strength fuel his inevitable forward progress as both a run defender and pass rush irritant. Despite his lack of NFL measurables, he should become a talented rotational defender with a chance to do more.
And Booger McFarland is on in the background saying, "This guy could be the next Aaron Donald."
Is he seriously?
Did he say that?
He did. He did.
Oh my god.
So I don't think Cowboys are going Michigan player here unless they're drafting the kicker. So they might be done with
Growing up back in the day,
Oh, here's the guy. He's still out there talking.
I was blessed to become a Dallas Cowboy.
You damn right.
It is not
Shut
a
your
Michigan
mouth.
player.
So, as an undrafted free agent, on behalf of my Hall of Fame teammate Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys, with the 90th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Davarion Overshad, linebacker.
He didn't practice the name.
No, it's like he didn't even know it.
He got DeMarvion right, but he was like, "Oh shit, 2 words."
Oh, I would stress out too. DeMarvion.
I would say overshown.
Overshown.
Like my penis.
Oh,
there's
this,
one other.
This is the dude that should have been doing the Jackson Smith.
And Jigba. They'd be like, "Oh no, I can't say this."
Jackson Smith. Is this a joke?
Yeah, they cancel a motherfucker for saying this shit.
What?
Damn it,
I
Jerry.
can't say this word on TV.
In Jimbo, what?
Jigga what?
Tank Dell, the wide receiver the Texans traded up to draft a while ago,
Yeah.
he sent the Texans a DM December 29th on Instagram and said, "Don't let me leave the city," with the heart hands emoji.
Yeah.
And they drafted him.
Wow.
Oh.
We got you
Hey,
playing.
Buck.
Yes, sir.
Michigan plays Texas in Austin in 2027. I'll need a place to stay if I come down.
All right, cool. In 2027, you got it.
We got some time.
Shit, 2020. Actually,
Why
I'm
didn't you
booked
tell
up
me
that year.
yesterday?
I'm booked up that year.
Is this another? Oh, this is a Canadian influencer. Oh my god.
There is always room for you in Buck's bed, Mark.
Mm-hmm.
That was last year, this is this year, all right? This
What
draft
the-
pick in my hands gonna help Josh Allen and
I'm
the
not
boys
muting this.
go to the Super Bowl and win it all.
Who's this
So
cat?
without
This is
further
another
ado,
YouTube influencer?
the 91st pick
A
in
Canadian
the
YouTube
2023
influencer.
NFL draft, the Buffalo Bills select Dorian Williams, linebacker, Tulane. Let's go!
It just says influencer. Like, okay, what is that?
On
Justin was
NFL
right.
Network, it says Canadian influencer.
I hate this.
Justin was right.
About
Thanos was right.
Oh. Yeah. You watch a lot of TV, and you do tend to come to that conclusion.
Oh my god.
It what?
Thanos was right.
Nanos?
Thanos. Thanos.
Oh, okay.
I like Jay Forte's comment about that last presenter.
Revolver gun killing dude.
Hey man, where'd you get that pretty little gun?
It's a Wish brand machine gun, Kelly. That's funny.
Yeah.
Print machine gun Kelly. Oh, that's funny.
Trade to
Patrick
the-
Queen's 5th-year option decision is due on Monday. How has Patrick Queen already been in the league for 4 years?
I don't know. I just hope they say yes, Queen. It's getting late, guys.
That's good.
You're digging deep now.
It's been a long An hour 2 later days. There.
Dig 92. You got to dig deep.
That's what she said.
There it is.
Shit. I just realized, okay, so the Ravens took Trenton Simpson.
Yep.
He's a quality linebacking prospect. And I forgot they have Roquan Smith. So they've got Roquan Smith, Patrick Queen, and Trenton Simpson now. Damn.
Did y'all see Antonio Brown's tweet? I think it was yesterday during the first round.
No.
Or maybe this morning, where he's like, hey, happy to announce I'm joining the squad. And obviously none of that's true, but if he was less hateable, there's a way that you could end up just pressuring a team to sign you.
Yeah.
Because you get the fan base to be like, dude, come on. OBJ, fucking Antonio Brown, the receiver that they fucking drafted, and then Rashad Bateman.
That'd be amazing.
Because no matter how you cut it, the pressure is on Lamar. It's like, okay, you can't bitch about anything now. You have weapons. You got paid. Now go win the fucking division, and nothing else will be acceptable.
Zach Charbonnet, the UCLA running back the Seahawks just drafted, he tweeted a video of himself, and he ended his little he's like, "Hey, 12s, yeah, I can't wait to get to Seattle, yada yada," and he ended it with "Go Hawks."
What kind of Make-A-Wish
The Kansas
thing does the Chiefs have going on with this one?
National Guard.
Oh,
No. It's the family
The
of
National
a
Guard?
fallen National Guard member.
Oh, okay. A fallen one. I thought he was saying that was the National Guard.
now I feel bad.
That's why I unmuted it. I was like,
On
click.
September 15, 2006. We
Oops.
salute him
My
and thank
my
his
fault.
family and the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one.
From
I'm
the
now
janitor.
going to turn this over to Craig, who will announce the pick in honor of his dad. Craig?
What is the National Guard?
Now they play the sounder.
The Cincinnati Bengals have traded the 92nd pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 92nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Wanye Morris, tackle from Oklahoma.
All right.
I can hear your dog, Jim.
I did too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fucking playing tug of war, and then he bit my hand. Oh! I'll be right back.
Fucking highlight of the night.
Ooh. I'm glad that was on a live stream.
Gotta clip that out.
Justin, I did click on yesterday's on YouTube, and it said it had been removed for NFL copyright.
Yeah, I'm working on it. It's I've got there's
How do they do that? How do they do that? Some kind of AI algorithm or something?
Yeah, there were 3 separate portions of the show that got flagged. So what I'm doing is I'm going through and clipping those out, and then once I've got all of it's like one of them was like a minute and a half, one of them was 2.5 minutes, and one of them was right at 3 minutes. And I'm not really sure why those like hit the flags, but it took it down whenever those like popped up. And I'm sure we'll have some like that on this one that'll show up overnight too. So anyway, I'm cropping that stuff out, and then as soon as I get it all cropped out, the episode will be back up. So I'm currently working on that.
Here's an interesting pick.
The Steelers pick?
Yep.
Sorry about that.
What happened?
I threw the rope and it hit above the doorway from my dining room into my living room, and I have a big tin hanging on the wall above it, and it hit it square and then fell off and then scared the dog. And then all hell broke loose. And by the way, this has all been kind of happening off camera as I'm just throwing toys. He's destroyed 3 toys. There's stuffing all over the fucking floor. And now he's looking for something to tear up.
Not to mention all the peanut butter is just spread out everywhere.
We're going to have ants. God damn it.
What kind of dog is it?
Black Lab, I think.
Yeah, 2-year-old, 83-pound black lab who is full-blown puppy. He's a goddamn terror. I took him to the vet yesterday, and the little vet assistant who tried to put him on a leash and hold him so that they could take his temperature and weigh him and all that stuff. She came in like, well, that was my afternoon workout. Like, he was dragging her across the office, and I was just fucking dying laughing.
Steelers are having a fucking amazing draft.
We're coming up at pick 100. Where are they at right now? Oh, next. Oh no, they're at 93. Okay.
Yeah, I'm proud of you, Magoo.
Mm-hmm.
Every time the Steelers have come up to pick, I have not heard you once mention George Pickens' name.
That was last year.
it's all behind you now.
Trust me, you will be like, Jim, get off the Eagles' dick, man.
This is all Eagles now. George Pickens let us all down last year. He didn't have a quarterback.
Yeah, Kenny Pickett isn't the guy to be throwing George Pickens shit. But George made the best of it, doing one-handed OBJ-style catches against the Browns and shit like that. And I think that's as much as we're going to get out of Pittsburgh as long as they have Kenny Pickett slanging the rock. Holy shit, he finally laid down. All right, we're only 3 hours and 45 minutes into it. All right, here comes the Steelers pick.
Of the Steelers selection.
With the 93rd
Safety,
pick
Antonio
in the
Johnson.
2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Darnell Washington.
Oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
And Mark thought that I wasn't going to start talking about the Steelers again. Oh, Lord. It
there
just
are
got started
here.
again.
Damn
I
you,
almost
Mike
said that.
Tomlin!
He's
When
got
you
a
were talking
full-on
about that-
family, doesn't he?
When you were talking about that, Mark, I was like, I wanted to say
you were
Jim's
kinda
going to be
quiet.
talking about the Steelers now, and I probably can't say that.
I just saw it 5 seconds before it was announced on the NFL Network. And I was just like, ooh, this is going to be fun. All right, fuck George Pickens. It's Darnell Washington time, baby. Woohoo! Pittsburgh, all the way. I guess I'm
Darnell
a
Washington
Pennsylvania
season.
football fan.
Yeah.
Damn, that was a good block.
Yeah.
He's going to be the biggest man on the field, even in the NFL. Tallest,
He's a very
anyway.
large man.
The dude is just ungodly big.
And he's an insane athlete for his size, too.
Yeah.
And if he didn't have that foot injury, because like they
Look at
showed
him.
the highlight of him in the Natty, and that was when he had the foot injury because he was interviewed after the game. He was like, dude, I took myself out of the game. I was so pissed off I didn't get a touchdown. Yeah, he's a fucking
6'7", 264.
Golly,
Yeah,
that's
he's a
he
problem.
ran a 4.64 40 with a 1.57 10-yard split. That's like 1.57 10-yard split would be elite for someone who was 50 pounds lighter and 4 inches shorter than him.
Georgia been good for a minute.
Insane. And he had a 10-foot 2-inch broad jump too.
Did you say 464?
Yeah.
It's 6'7", 260?
Yes.
Holy fuck!
Yeah. There's a reason why there's back-to-back championship trophies in Athens. It's not just because I like them. It's because they've had legit freaks, like physical freaks, that are just now getting to, show everybody else that doesn't like college football.
I ran a 4.52 at 6'5", 175. Like, he's a full 100 pounds heavier than I was and only a tenth of a second slower. That's fucking insane.
Well, son of a bitch.
Well, I'll be him. Well, there's video of him. One of the other upsides to him is his blocking. And there's video of him lifting the sled all the way up because he's so tall he can't just get low and push it. I mean, he can, but he's so powerful on his burst. He would lift the fucking sled like 3 feet off the ground.
Buck did that impression of Justin last night, and I swear it was word for word what Justin just said.
Almost, yeah.
Now I got to go back and watch what I missed.
I think that might have been after.
It was off air.
It was after.
Oh.
Yeah, the post show for our paid members.
Crazy.
That's where they really get their money's worth.
Especially of Jim's imitations of Limp Bizkit.
And Macho Man Randy Savage. Yeah, our go to Patreon and search money management.
Oh my God. So remember the Seahawks traded back 25 picks with the Broncos?
Yeah.
In return for a 2024 third-round pick? The difference between pick 83 and pick 108 is worth roughly a 6th-round pick. And the Seahawks got a future third. It's
wow. What the fuck are the Broncos doing?
It's like the Broncos have a humiliation kink.
Yeah.
The Seahawks.
They like getting
well,
fleeced
that's
by the
good.
Seahawks.
I like it.
They're essentially like the Republican Party of politics. They're just,
Yeah.
Let me flog myself as I'm diminishing. All right, we got the Vietnam vet and the USA champ.
Vietnam.
I mean, when you see him,
I mean, I think it might be Civil War.
Commissioner, thanks. I'd like to thank you and the NFL and our VFW for allowing me to represent over 2 million men and
I just want
women
someone to yell, "Get on with the pickle, man!"
Military industrial complex.
It's the murder cult talking to us right now.
Especially we need to remember and never forget the 58,220 that didn't come home and gave their lives so that you could be here tonight to enjoy your freedom.
And then a Spurgy libertarian goes, "They all died for a lie." Every war's been built on a lie.
What about all those brown kids?
What about all those zipper heads, man? Anybody got a memorial to them? Or something like that. I don't know how they talk.
With the 95th pick
Here we go.
in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jordan Battle, defensive back.
That's a good
A
one.
cigar on that guy.
That is a quick replacement for Bates that they had to do. I'm surprised they held out that long to get that guy.
Is that a cigar? What is he?
It's doo-doo stick, man.
Is that what that was?
No, it's a dick.
I cut it off of a hobo on the way in. He doesn't need it.
That reporter talking about someone put the link in the group chat today. Was brilliant. Was it Jalen Carter she was talking about?
Oh yeah,
the
big dick,
Yeah.
big guy.
Yeah, there's no way. I mean, she yeah, that was not just a grammatical slip. It was.
She was nowhere near a D word anywhere in her statement. She was just
What
like
happens?
clearly monster cock.
Mm-hmm. He was thinking it.
She kind of has the look of a chick
I got
that's
another Lions
like,
pick.
into that.
A chocolate chaser. I don't even know if that's a term, but
it
it's
works
out there on YouTube forever now.
So Matt Corral was just in the highlight reel.
NFL draft.
I guess I'll ask
The
after
Detroit
this.
Lions select Broderick Martin, defensive tackle, Western Kentucky.
Hilltopper.
All right.
What's up with Adebaware?
This is Northwestern guy.
No, Western Kentucky.
No, they are Dabba Dabba where
Yeah.
Abba Dabba Doo.
Bunny.
Oh, DeJuan Jones is still out there too. DeJuan Jones had like first round conversations.
The Lions have had a surprisingly better than decent draft.
Western Kentucky, is that Bobby Petrino?
No, Bobby Petrino is now the offensive coordinator at Texas A&M. But yes, formerly
He was, yeah, okay.
at Western Kentucky.
Oh, Bobby. What were your thoughts on Bobby when he decided to just peace out of Atlanta?
I was glad that it was over because he had no business being there in the first place. And
He lasted,
even though
what,
it
11
left,
games?
I was gonna say, I thought most of the Atlanta fans at that time were like, "Good, fuck you, go away." Like, thank you,
Yeah.
bye.
Yeah. Now, even though he left our program in shambles and we started Joey Heron in the next year, some things are necessary to go through to get over the pain of having a dog murdering first round draft pick quarterback, all time talent. And that was the perfect ending to that chapter, was him to just do what he did.
And the really crazy thing is, I was living in Arkansas whenever Petrino had like the motorcycle accident with the
That's my favorite picture.
on the
is
back
just
of
him in his neck brace.
on the back of the motorcycle.
Such a Chad move. I mean, let's just be honest.
And then they enter him.
If you think my face looks bad now, wait till she goes a
John
couple
L.
days without
Smith.
shaving.
I don't know, he's a good offensive coach though, so maybe that'll help.
Yeah,
Texas
he's got a good
A&M.
brain behind all that degeneracy.
Well, and I really didn't like the way they did Houston Nutt, Arkansas, because Houston Nutt was the first my first experience with a college football game. He was the coach at Murray State, and we had a few boys from my high school that went to play at Murray, and so we went up to see a game and got to go to the locker room after the game was over and see and meet the players, and that was I got to shake Houston Nutt's hand like he was the first college football coach that I ever met. So that was really cool, and the way that Arkansas kind of did him with getting rid of him to get Petrino, it was like, and then to have Petrino have all of that shit happen, it's like, yeah, fuck Arkansas, like shouldn't have done Houston Nutt dirty like that.
Houston Nutt, Arkansas had that team with McFadden and Felix Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Where they threw the ball like 5 times a game, which made sense when you had those two guys.
The quarterback wasn't even terrible. They just
Casey Dick was his name.
they just had no reason to use him.
I think didn't Felix Jones end up lasting longer in the league than McFadden?
Yeah, he went to Dallas, if I remember correctly.
Yeah,
He was close.
He was like a return guy there.
Yeah. Darren actually had some. I mean, it was a little bit of didn't live up to it, but he's still well loved by the fans.
Is he?
Yeah. When we went up, there was a game we played in Denver where he went crazy, and by I want to say 7 minutes into the first quarter, we were up 20-something to 0. It was such a big deal that for one, we hadn't been beating Denver at that time, but the stadium wasn't even full yet because people were still getting to their seats. We ended up winning like 58-10 or something, and that was one of McFadden's best. Just a little nerdy Raider history, but yeah,
that's what we're here for, man.
Yeah,
all the nerdy shit that you wouldn't get if you didn't say it. Redskins are on the clock.
2023 NFL Draft. The Washington Commanders select Ricky Stromberg.
The Washington Demanders. I think that's a more appropriate team name.
Commanders.
I sent Julie a picture of. She said, "What are you doing?" And I sent her a picture of the screen, and she said, "I don't understand what is happening here. Are NFL teams choosing new players?" And I said, "Yes,
essentially, yeah."
And she said, "What pool do they choose from? Like college?" Cute.
Again, yes.
Yeah. And then she said, "Oh, are there Penn State people?"
Yes.
Yes.
3 for 3 so far.
Yeah.
She's doing good. She's about to figure this out.
It's a lot better.
She's smarter than she lets on.
When we would watch football games as kids, my mom would be like, "Which team we voting for?" That's not nice. We're not voting for any of these.
Yeah, now you're about to learn about physical removal.
My mom always accused me and my dad of watching the same movies and TV shows over and over and over again, even though we'd already seen them, which was not entirely inaccurate, but like we would never confess to it. But she would come in and like a ball game would be on. She'd be like, "You've already watched this," and this is like before TiVo or TVR or DVR or anything. It's like, no, this is literally live football. Like we haven't watched it.
Siaki Ika, defensive tackle, Baylor.
What?
There's a name.
Siaki Yaka.
Gotta be
IKEA. Just call him IKEA.
IKEA.
Yep, there it is.
Oh, he's stripping.
Did you know
now.
Samoa
Why is he
has
taking his clothes off?
per
It's not like
capita
it's even impressive.
by far the most representation of any other culture in any sport.
Really?
Mm-hmm. But per capita, based on how many there actually are on the planet and how many
Yeah.
play professional sports.
Because of that
think
hockey
they even
dance.
include wrestling in there but because The Rock, Roman Reigns, Usos, all of that whole family.
If you remove WWE, then it plummets.
Maybe. But there's always been a lot in the NFL. Did you know that Polamalu is Orthodox?
I didn't know that.
Did you know that, Matt?
You're kidding.
Mm-mm. He sewed or had sewn. Someone did it for him, I'm assuming, but an Orthodox cross on the collar and the back of his jersey, and his hair covered it, so he never got in trouble because they never saw it.
Interesting.
Yeah, that made me like him more when I heard that.
His ability to time snaps always amazed me.
Yes,
Love
insane.
when he would do that.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Draft. The San Francisco 49ers select Jake Moody.
Oh shit!
Yes.
They went kicker.
That's my guy. That's my guy.
Damn.
Now Rich Eisen is on the NFL Network talking about kickers are people too. I fucking love it. I love this shit.
I
love
think he
this
kept
stupid
having
sport.
issues. These guys like the
I love his
Texans.
stash. Look at that. He's
Bad. 0 yards. Oh, I was like, that looks bigger than that.
Oh, Mel Kiper's like, big leg, guy can kick it like a cannon coming out of a rocket ship on this centripetal force of the spinning spherical planet that we are on. His leg is keeping us in rotation. It's so funny hearing Mel Kiper just totally build up the most mundane aspect of football.
good for Jake Moody. I'm happy for him. Not sure he should have been
too
picked
bad
in
you
the
get
third
to
round,
kick on
but-
that shitty ass field in Levi Stadium, but
yeah,
you're gonna get paid
Where-
regardless.
You know, it actually would have made sense had the Cowboys picked him, considering
We're
that
next on the clock.
stretch that their kicker went on in the playoffs last year.
No one tell me who this is if you hear it first.
Stetson Bennett.
Oh shit. Sorry, Jimmy G, your days are numbered. The fucking mailman has arrived.
I got another freaking email from Jason Stapleton. Sick of it.
10 ways to grow your business, but you just got to spend money.
Hey, Mark. Smiley face. It's like, please.
Oh my god.
Matt just had a bad PTSD moment.
We talked to him about that so many times.
Stop putting smiley faces in your
Hey,
email.
bud. Trying to be super personal right now.
If you put a smiley face in your email and you're a 40-year-old man, people think you're a pervert.
Yeah.
Legit, yes.
Yeah.
Uh,
All right.
Yeah.
We got.
But I'm smiling when I'm saying it.
Yeah, but I'm happy.
Was this
See?
the defense for real?
Yes.
Oh, gosh.
But the kids are using emojis. We got to relate. We got to speak their language, bruh.
Hello, fellow kids.
All right.
Oh, man.
Tashawn Reed is saying, now he wrote this at 9:38, so she's 30 minutes ago. A cornerback, Kelly Ringo, offensive tackle, DeJuan Jones, defensive line. I'm not going to even try that one.
Well, if they draft Ringo, you're definitely going to want to know it's Keely.
Aditamiwa.
Yeah, that is the one. Matt. Yeah.
Aditamiwa Adebaware.
Yeah.
He's been
cornerback Darius Rush, safety Antonio Johnson, D-line Saik. Oh, he just got picked. Saiki Ika. Several corners he's listing that we could pick here.
Well, I hope it's not Ringo because I really would like the Falcons to just, for once, pick a player from Georgia that will actually play. We either, don't draft Todd Gurley when he was sitting right there, and then we wait until he's all broken and battered and bruised and on his way out, and we give him a 1-year sympathy contract, or we draft a lineman that wasn't even that good, but just to soothe the fan base that has been like, why won't you draft a player from right down the fucking road when we're winning natties? And then they just practice squad him. So I'm hoping for a nice little ribbon of Keely Ringo. I don't think he's good as a corner. I think he'd be better as a safety, and we're already good at safety right now with Bates that we got from Cincinnati. But
safety,
I think Keely Ringo is really the only dog left in this draft that would possibly be a starter this next year.
Every person on that board on Mel's best, we could use someone at that position.
Let's see. How many picks until Atlanta's next? Fuck. We got 1, 2, 3, 4.
Do you want a hint,
6,
Buck?
7,
No.
11, 12, 13.
It's the name I can't say.
That would be a real big hint.
14 picks until Atlanta picks again, and the Raiders have this pick and one before Atlanta. So Keely's not going to be a Falcon.
What the hell happened? I went to get ice, and I come back, and there's a band on stage.
What's the ice for?
It's for this.
Oh.
What is
looks
that?
like an expensive one. Here we go, Magoo.
It's the good shit.
The 100th pick in the 2023
It's going to be that
NFL
name
Draft.
I can't say.
The Las Vegas Raiders select Trey Tucker, wide receiver, Cincinnati.
Whoa.
The Raiders building together a new offense with their new quarterback, Jimmy Garoppolo.
Finally, a receiver.
That seems weird for us.
Oh, here's Mel Kiper. What does Mel Kiper got to say about him?
Because of his return ability. He was one of the top return men in this draft.
Oh, we do need that.
He can beat you down the field.
It must have been 2020.
He can beat you down the field. He's got feet that move fast when his legs are protruding out of his fucking pelvis.
Drunk Mel Kiper would be a great bit.
There was a
an even better bit would be sober Mel Kiper.
Yeah, right.
There was a game that Todd McShay was doing once where they had to take him off the set because he was drunk. Do you remember?
Yeah, I
can't
remember
remember if
that.
was this college?
Let me see.
Yeah, Skylar, I'm kind of with you. Offense was not necessarily what I was thinking of at this pick, but okay.
I mean, you got 3 out of your 4 picks offense.
Yeah, and our defense is terrible.
Do you need a good returner? Because it sounds
Yes,
from
that is we do. Yeah,
Mills. I don't know if he.
I love Hunter Renfro in the slot, but being that return
In
man.
the 2023 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Cameron Latu, tight end, Alabama.
That's actually going to be solid opposite of Kittle. Latu is a big fucking pass catcher. He's not fast. He's not shifty, but he will just bowl people over, get open, and make touchdown catches. Let's see what Mel Kiper has to say.
Covered. That was Cameron Latu. He goes, gets the football. He'll drop what should be routine catches at times. Some focused drops there. Blocking lacks the desired consistency. This past year, he had 30 catches for 377 yards and 4 touchdowns. Stick-out game was Tennessee, 90 receiving yards and a touchdown on 6 receptions. Kansas State game led the Crimson Tide with 5.
I'm just going to go through every game that he made plays and tell you the number of catches he had, but he's a big man.
Trey Tucker that we drafted ran a 4.37. That's pretty good.
Yeah. A little Al Davis influence there.
Yeah. And even
no
though we
one
have
running the
Johnson-
screen, right, Jim?
Yes.
Look at the video that I just sent in the chat.
Last pick of the night. Hang on.
Let's get the pick and then I'll pull it up.
Yeah.
Hey, it's great to be here tonight. I just want to dedicate this pick in the memory of some Viking greats that we've lost here recently. Longtime member of the personnel department, Frank Gilliam. Earlier in the year, Bud Grant.
When did Don
Of course,
Bongino play for the
it's
Vikings?
been 5 years.
He does kind of look like him.
He
Or
does.
Dan Bongino, yeah.
Just a real tight face.
Because they don't crack.
And then, of course, the man who drafted me 30 years ago. It's been almost 7 years since we lost Dennis Green. They were all great Vikings. Let's find out who that next
Forgot he
great
died.
Viking is going to be.
Was Dennis Green? Who we thought they were. Yeah. Struggle with that.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select. You asked for it, and you're getting it. Defensive back from USC.
Shut the
Mekhi
fuck
Blackman.
up. Mekhi Blackman, cornerback USC. All right,
I
Keely
wouldn't have
Ringo's still on the
drafted-
board for another night.
I don't know if any defensive player from USC should be drafted.
No,
based on
you're
what I
not
saw
going to
from
like
last
that
year.
decision. He's tiny, he's undersized, he's
Apparently,
Minnesota
Projected
didn't
in
get better.
6th round.
Yeah. He is a little dude. I don't know the height of other NFC North receivers, but I imagine he's going to be less than. Yeah, I think
Here's
he's
an
going to get
interesting
burned.
stat for you. So the Jaguars used their 3rd round pick on Auburn running back Tank Bigsby. Jaguars GM Trent Baalke has now drafted a running back in every single year he's been a GM, which is 8. Is that 8 or 9 years? But this is crazy. From 2012 to 2014, the 49ers drafted LaMichael James, Marcus Lattimore, and Carlos Hyde. That's a deep cut, and it's crazy how many of those guys, how good they were in college, and none of them were like worth a shit in the NFL. Carlos Hyde was okay,
Yeah.
but they just basically whiffed on all of them. I remember, I think it was it LaMichael James who had the tweet, he would tweet in all caps with no punctuation, and he had the one tweet that just said, "Seen a deer." I think that was
Oh.
him. Let me see.
I hope so.
Oh no, it was D'Anthony
The
Thomas.
Wisconsin quarterback is Graham Mertz, highly recruited out of high school in the Kansas City area and demonstrating why he's been terrific.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at offensively, what they've always done, Paul Chris understands like.
Hi, my name's Todd McShalele.
If you want to do, but when you have
Right.
a quarterback like Mertz, it's different. The ability to throw the ball down the field.
My tongue feels like it weighs 24 pounds right now. It's so heavy.
The ability to get the ball.
It would
out
suck if he like had a
quickly,
migrine or something that
Yeah.
he wasn't actually drunk.
I
Like
would argue that he's the
2020 was a rough year for everyone.
most
actually.
talented
Sorry.
quarterback that they've had in the last 2
Yeah,
years.
Don't
this
worry,
is a
guys. I'm
vaccine
fully
or-
juiced
I
up.
can't say that out
All
loud.
I'm triple boosted, guys. I'm fucking. I'm as safe as you can get. My tongue's swollen because it leads to my heart, and my heart bleeds for you. I think I have internal bleeding.
If the challenge was to do sports broadcasting while intoxicated, Jim would probably win.
Fuck yeah, dude! I would crush that shit. Throw it to that other fucker. Jesus, what the? Go to break. I need a fucking refresher. Hey, sweet tits, will you come? Will you grab me a Miller? 2-minute warning.
There is a.
Is it about time to wrap this up and move to the post show for all the Patreon subscribers?
Yeah. To be a Patreon supporter of Clock Management, just search Money Management and then follow anything that you find there.
Martin, do we have any paid subscribers on the Substack? I put every episode out, but like you abandoned doing the weekly picks about halfway through the season. So I think week 10 you stopped. You're muted too.
He's farting. He's got a really long fart. He was just ripping ass for like.
I was
28
completely off
seconds.
screen. I was trying to find a video. Sorry, and I didn't want you to hear me.
He's over there just like.
Wait, I'm gonna send this to you. This is my favorite.
What are you sending? You know you have control over the stream. You can just play it, right? Like you don't have to send it.
Right.
Isn't this whole show Mark's idea?
Right? Mark came up with this, and then he shows up like half the time.
This is the brainchild of Mark.
That totally seems like something I would do.
Hey guys, we should really do a sports show. By the way, I'm never going to be there. Fill in the blanks.
All right, is this showing up?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is why I should never be in charge of these things. There we go. Stupid ad.
Well, cool. Let's watch it.
To be caught. Yeah, you can't. No. It's like a pass that needs to be caught. Yeah, you can't use your shoulder to catch a football. You've got to get your hands out there every night. And I'm out there with my kids working on catching the football. They want to use their body. It's just a natural instinct as a human being, but you've got to learn to be able to put the ball in your hands. Your hands are what makes it possible. Your shoulder pads are hard and stiff. Your hands are tender and they can move and press the ball. That's kind of gay, but
I like that he caught himself during the description. He's like, we play, I want to see
I
it
can't
one
believe
more
that's still on YouTube. I love it.
That was incredible.
Shoulder pads are hard and
That's kind of
stiff.
gay.
Your hands are soft.
I like how
caress
he
the
like
ball.
got partway into it and then realized what he was saying.
Yeah, he caught it.
And it's like, fuck it, I'm just gonna lean right in.
You gotta keep going. Soft.
Michael
That's
Kane.
kind of gay.
That's got to be part of the intro from here on out.
Yeah, it totally does.
Just
That's
that.
so
Your hands are
good.
soft and can caress the ball. Oh, that's kind of gay. Yeah.
Do you remember that baseball announcer for the Reds who got fired in 2020? He thought he was on break, and they're
He
playing.
was
in
like,
San
this
Francisco."
city's kind of faggy.
He goes, "We're in San Francisco, the fag nation or the fag capital of the nation."
Google it. Pull it
That
up.
was
Let's
Tom
play it.
Brenneman, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And then his apology immediately after coming
Nick
back from break
Castellanos.
was equally as entertaining.
Became a meme. Has become part of the lore of the internet.
Yeah. When announcers go wild.
Jeez, it is windy as shit outside.
Do y'all have big trees around your house? That's the only thing that fucking worries me when storms kick up where I'm at, because I literally live in a forest. And I got massive trees just hanging over my house. I'm like, please, strong roots.
Now
Don't
we're
give
up
up
on top
now.
of a hill.
Oh, Jesus.
Fag capitals of the world.
Ooh.
The fag capitals of the world. Reds Live, the pregame show presented. 3-0 ball game with the Reds in front of the Royals. We go to the top half of the
I remember
fifth inning.
this. He's like,
Castellanos to lead things
Guys,
off.
I'm
Jim Day's
sorry.
going to be taking us the rest of the way through this game.
Yeah.
As Holland takes over on the mound. I made a comment earlier tonight that I guess went out over the air that I am deeply ashamed of.
Oh, no, you're not.
If I have hurt anyone out there,
nope, you didn't.
I can't tell you how much I say from the bottom of my
Any
heart.
of you
I'm
fags
so very,
out there,
very
I'm
sorry.
really sorry.
Don't worry
I
about it,
pride
bro.
myself and think of myself as a man of faith.
Well,
as
you're
there's
not.
a drive in a deep
I love
left
it. I
field
love
by
how-
And then he still
Castellanos,
makes
it'll
the
be a
call.
home run.
As there's a drive
home
deep to
run.
left field.
And
There's
so
a
that'll
home
make
run.
it a 4-0 ball game.
Yep, that's a homo.
I don't know if
a
I'll be putting
homer.
on this headset again. I don't know if it's going to be for the Reds. I don't know if it's going to be for my bosses at Fox. I want to apologize for the people who signed my paycheck.
It's actually
for the
surprising
Reds,
they're
for Fox
still
Sports
allowing me
Ohio,
to say this right now.
for the people I work with, for anybody that I've offended here tonight. I can't begin to tell you how deeply sorry I am.
Oh,
That is not
now you're
who I am.
becoming
on the beginning here.
Now you look like you're the mayor of San Francisco.
Does he get fired live on air?
He never came back, I don't think.
No, he's still off.
Like
And that
he
was
made
what,
the,
like
he made
5
the
years ago?
apology, and then they
Yeah.
walked him out of the studio, and he never came back.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Right? I mean, that's the consummate professional. Like, that's the dude you want calling the game.
Yeah.
Sure, he might say some off-color shit off air, but who doesn't? I mean, that's why
Well,
we do
I
an
just said something that would have been wildly appropriate in 1973, but it turns out fags can't handle a little bit of ribbing.
Rimming.
Ironic. Well, anyway, long fly ball. Oh,
That
that's
is-
a
that
home
is
run.
one of my favorite parts. He's in the middle of a freaking apology. And there's a home run. Anyways.
And my career is just like that baseball. It's fucking out of here.
Since he was fired, he it says
Jim, have you
his career with the Reds ended abruptly when he was caught on a hot mic making a homophobic statement during a game broadcast. His on-air apology, in which he interrupted himself to call out a drive into deep left field by Castellanos, became an internet meme. Since leaving the Reds, he has served as a commentator for the Roberto Clemente League and for Chatterbox Sports.
That's a downgrade.
Yeah.
I actually have 3 Roberto Clemente like baseball cards that are in pretty good condition, and they're worth a significant amount of money.
Yeah, no kidding.
Hell yeah.
I think I
Dad
had a
had
King
a
Griffey Jr. rookie card, and I don't know what happened to all of my.
Dad had a
all my
shoebox
cards.
that was just full of like cards from the 60s when he was a kid. And so I went through it and like found a bunch of the ones that were like really good players and put them all in like plastic sleeves and stuff. And most of them were in pretty good shape because he just like would stack them up and put them in this shoebox. And then it just got like stuck in my grandmother's attic. And I found them one time. So I've got them in I've got them all in a safe over there. Like they're some really
I
nice
should. This would be uber gay to do an episode about, but I should pull out some of my old card collections because same thing. Like my dad, as he was growing up, collected baseball cards, and then when he used to take me to the baseball card store, I would buy the Beckett monthly to find out what they were worth or whatever. And he was like, "Holy shit! I got like 5 of these Nolan Ryans back when he played with the Angels or whatever. That's apparently worth like $250." And I don't know what the market value on that kind of stuff is now, but I've never thought of selling them. Unless they're like thousands of bucks now.
There was
I'll sell the shit out of them.
I've got a Mickey Mantle in that box that when I had them priced back in the early 2000s, it was valued at around $600, and that was in like 2002. So I don't know what it would be worth today. I would never sell them. Unless I was just like absolutely going fucking broke. But it's cool to have. It's cool to have something like that. Like, and
Please tell me this is the Jimmy the Greek clip. Yes.
We ready?
The one that started it all.
Of Al Campanis last April on ABC's Nightline news program.
Yeah, pretty soon they're going to have to equalize it for the blacks, for the Greeks, the Jews, and for everybody. Let's make it equal for everybody.
And is it equal? What about in sports?
Well, they've got everything. If they take over coaching like everybody wants them to, there's not going to be anything left for the white people. All the players are black. The only thing that the whites control is the coaching jobs. Now, I'm not being derogatory about it, but that's all that's left for them. The black talent is beautiful. It's great. It's out there.
Yeah.
But, the only thing left for the whites is a couple coaching jobs.
Yeah, maybe we need to get more black coaches, don't you?
Oh, it's all right with me.
Okay, well,
I'm sure that they'll take over that pretty soon, too.
WRC was apparently flooded with complaint calls.
That's not
after
even.
Snyder
I don't even think
commented-
that's it.
The one I thought, is it?
No, there was a live. It was Monday Night Football, I think, or
Yeah.
something like that, where
It
he was
was.
talking about, well, they come from good stock because we picked them like that, or something like that.
we breed them like that.
Yeah, they were bred to be athletic or something to that degree, and that was even back in the '70s, where they're like, no, can't do it. You gotta go.
That one seems to be purged from YouTube.
Yeah, you got to go to BitChute for shit like that. But then you got to go through all of the other shit that's on BitChute to find it.
Man, Jay Forte's message about his dad having a Mickey Mantle rookie card and his grandma throwing him away. Oh, that hit me like a punch in the gut.
Yeah. Yeah, I've experienced similar with when my parents moved, and they were like, "We just threw away whatever we thought you didn't want anymore," and I didn't even know what the fuck she threw away until like I moved into my own house, and I was like, "Hey, by the way, I was looking for this." Oh yeah, no, we threw it away. I'm like, oh, that was like a 1 of 1. Like, I can't just go to a store to replace that shit. She was like, "Yeah, well, had to lighten the load."
Thank God my mom never threw anything away. Like she kept all of my toys, all of my comic books, everything. And I've collected all of that stuff from her house over the years and brought it back. And like I've got some comic books that are worth quite a bit of money. And like Buck,
I
want to know what Buck's.
I keep rewatching that. That's kind of gay. And sending it to people.
It is one of my favorite clips.
Hilarious because it's so funny. Like Matt's point, he catches himself. Shoulder pads are hard and stiff. The hands are
soft and supple and caress the ball.
Delicate.
Oh, that's gay as shit.
He even
man.
changed his tone into where he's kind of like being. They're kind of caress the ball.
Yeah,
That's kind of.
I think it just moved. Oh shit! I'm talking to another man.
He looked over and his partner had a boner. He's like,
Hey man, you're supposed to be wearing a suit. Why are you all of a sudden in Umbros, dude?
Wind shorts with no undies.
Umbros. That's a '90s term. I don't even think they make those anymore.
All right, we need to block Jay Forte. He's hurting my heart too much.
oh my gosh, he lost out of print Lord of the Rings books. Jeez.
Leather-bound, out-of-print Lord of the
Leather-bound.
Rings books. OG Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, black and white ones.
Come on, Jay. This is supposed to be fun and light
Dude,
and entertaining.
fucking
You're like turning this
lighten
into
up the mood. Hey, you know what? You're being a little gay right now.
You're make us all gonna make us all turn suicidal. We won't even be able to cover the 4th through 7th rounds.
Yeah, you're gonna make me act like a trans and off myself. Stop
We're really pushing the limits of what YouTube allows today.
Yeah. Sports ball.
I got to
There you
say
go.
that I'm impressed that I'm glad Jay Forte is here with us today, that he's survived all of these setbacks and he's managed to press forward, and he's lived a good life in spite of really not deserving to.
Yeah.
A whole lot of self-inflicted wounds, buddy.
Oh my god, he's a cutter. Yeah, but he hung out with us all night last night through the debauchery that was a marathon.
just
of
Going
me.
on 9 hours here, buddy.
This is just another episode of his self-abuse cycle. Watching us.
He's just flogging himself in the background. Yeah, last night was a marathon of me pile driving a fucking 12-pack of beer, which I did, and I didn't know I did until I woke up this morning. I was like, ow. That was a rough go. Apologies, everybody.
My bad.
Oops. I told myself I wasn't going to do that.
Yeah, well, that's what we tell ourselves every week when we do this show, and yet somehow you always do it. So here we are.
I know. I started off with a fucking large unsweet tea, trying to be a good boy, and then the draft got so fucking boring that I was like, "Fuck it." I still
2.5 hours
second
later,
12-pack.
you're throwing shit into your ceiling, and your dog is.
I like to bring the chaos element to a rather otherwise non-chaotic moment.
Well, I guess we'll be back tomorrow for rounds 4 through 7. I'm sure those will be highly entertaining.
What time does it? Is it start?
I think it starts at noon.
Starts at noon.
4 or something.
No, it's probably until like 6.
Okay,
It's
I'll be
usually
popping
really
in and
long.
out. Thank you.
Yeah, I say that those last few rounds go pretty quick, so it shouldn't be too terribly long. I mean, we do have some
6
interesting
hours later.
got some interesting names still on the board. Ringo, Adebawore, Jones, the offensive tackle from Ohio State. Speaking of just straight up interesting names, we got a To'o from Alabama, Henry To'o.
To'o.
So some folks that people may be surprised are still there, and some others that are just straight up interesting names because they're weird names, and it'll be fun to watch whatever like 70-year-old CTE suffering retiree they wheel out there to
Pull it
say
up,
the
Mark.
name and just absolutely butcher it. Like,
No, I'm laughing at Justin because he's really trying hard to make this sound interesting. We got some
We're only talking to Jay
interesting
Forte.
names.
Jay
gotta
Forte,
sell
are
it.
you
I gotta
free
sell
tomorrow
it.
from noon to fucking 5? We'll be on.
It starts at noon Eastern.
Oh,
I don't know if we
okay.
should be
That I
11.
could. Yeah, I can make the first little bit then.
Oh.
I get a haircut at 12:30.
Haircut.
I'm not
What?
asking any questions about that. We're just gonna roll. We're just gonna move to the after show for that.
Yeah, it's a body shave.
I was going to say, I want detail and slowly, but you got to pay for that shit, Forte.
It's soft and supple. and
Yeah,
sounds kind of gay.
yeah, that was genius.